I guess we'll just switch me and get started, for fuck's sake. I don't know why I'm having issues. Don't know why I'm having issues, but I'm having issues. Text is working perfectly fine here. It is literally the exact same thing over here, right here above me. It is literally the exact same thing as is right here. It's the same source. What's going on? It's literally the same source. It's identical. It's a duplicate of that source. So what's going on here? Let's delete this, I guess. Copy. Hello? Why are you not letting me copy the source? There you go. Reference. Okay. There you go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. Okay. It's okay. Not starting soon, we're starting now. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. It's great to see everybody. Sorry I'm late. No audio? I'm so not surprised by that. Okay. That's coming through there. Why would I have no audio? Oh, okay. So that's got to be on YouTube, because I don't have that chat pulled up yet. I haven't. Okay, pop out. Thanks, Jane, for letting me know that you can hear me over there on YouTube. Good to see you. Good to see you, everybody. Good to see you, Jane. Good to see you, Nisa. Great, Kayamatara. It's great to see you. No, just me. Okay. Okay, Kayamatara says that they've got audio. Okay. I mean, I would not be surprised if we're having some issues. But, I mean, I don't know, because when I first started the stream, I told it to mute the tab, and then it didn't mute the tab, so the first song... Can you stop trying to do that, Twitch? Thanks. You're not helping. You're not helping at all, Twitch. Thanks. Can you stop trying to do that, Twitch? Thanks. Okay. So I've got audio. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we should have audio now. Every which way. There. Good. Yeah. So this morning, let me explain. Friend of mine asked me to change their oil, something I do for them pretty regularly. Not that big of a deal. And it was in both of their trucks, needed the oil changed. And so I got started on that this morning. I had plenty of time to get done with that and then come home and then shower and get everything ready, except that I broke something. Oil change is like easiest thing, the simplest thing. You don't even need to know anything about mechanics. All you have to do is lefty loosey and righty tighty. Two things. Hey, what is that? Hey, we got a subscription! Yay! Thank you so much. I so much appreciate that. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for the subscription, Nisa. Appreciate that. Good. Good. And it updated the sub goal. Good. I was a little bit worried that it wouldn't. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that. All right. So anyway, I broke apart the oil drain plug. I went to loosen it, and instead of loosening it, I tightened it a little bit more than a quarter turn, and that's all it takes. When I tightened it, it broke the little plastic washer that's on it. So I had to drive 20 minutes to the auto parts store. It's actually about 25 minutes to the auto parts store. Drive 20 minutes back from the auto parts store to finish the 15-minute oil change that I was doing. So that's why I'm late, is because I had to drive all the way into a neighboring town and get a little bolt. It's about that long. The little oil drain plug. But I mean, you can't do an oil change without it. So, as such, I haven't had time to prepare anything. But this is kind of a situation of my own creation anyway. Because I had time to do the oil change tomorrow. I could have just done that tomorrow, and spent today, this morning, preparing for stream, which I had originally thought about doing, but then the guy called me this morning and was like, hey, can you do the oil change today? And I was like, then I don't have anything to do tomorrow, which would be fantastic, which would actually be really, 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 really awesome, to have a day where I don't have something to do. So I was kind of greedy. I was kind of greedy about the idea of getting a day off so that I can finally sit down and do some reading and to wax philosophically, to do some of the relaxing chill. Really, I'll spend most of the day cleaning the house and doing other chores, maybe going and running errands because it's been constantly stuff to do. But anyway, my effort in trying to get time off tomorrow ended up taking more time today than I expected. So I'm sorry that you all are going to have to suffer that. Nisa, did you get the audio back yet? Do we have Nisa back? I want everybody to be here for the audio. And where's my closed captions? What is going on today? That's not the right thing, really, because I remember I did a thing. What is that? Stop. Stop. Okay, good. And here now, restarting the PC, and I got my closed captions. I'm sorry that you didn't have audio and that usually I have closed captions. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal, except that here I'm just talking and didn't have the closed captions, but that's what happens when you sit down and just start streaming before you're ready. Nav, will you stop sending me emails? I'll check that out later. It is my fault the technology rebelled. Um, Actually, and that's something that I'm coming to understand is that all of my woes and all of my frustrations are all always my fault. Um, Actually, okay. The last few times I've streamed, I forgot to make a message about streaming. So here is everyone. I'm going live. Finally remembered. Everybody's already here. Thank you for showing up, everybody. It's great to see you all. Street Cat Love was here too. I didn't say hi to Street Cat Love too. They were here when I first started. Before I went live. Waxing Luddite arc incoming. Yeah. Um. Uh. Talks. So, I mean, I don't really know. I don't have a plan for today. The title says paradox, but I really don't have a plan. Um, Often have her own all over our towers. Yeah, that's the thing. Whatever difficulties I'm running into so far as technology, so far as software, it's all it is operating the way that I have set it up to operate, whether I understand. Right? There's that fetishism thing that we talked about last week. Welcome in, Nova Riders. Great to see you. And Matt's here. Great, everybody. Everybody's here. That's awesome. Fantastic. It's going to be a full house today. Good. Yeah, it is. It's the worst, especially when you don't understand it. And you don't understand what it is that you're doing or how to actually operate it. Read my disposability as count. That's a really good idea, Kayamatara. I think that is what I'm gonna do. Um, is read over that because I still have not had an opportunity. So this will be a fresh start too. So, a week ago I mentioned that I was really looking forward to reading it and haven't had a chance to yet. That's interesting. Okay, that doesn't matter. All right, so we've got this ready to look at. Head over to Twitch. Actually, cool. We'll see you in just a moment, Jane. Goodbye and then hello. Excellent. There you are. Excellent. Good. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? Oh, it's on the other. I'm in the wrong scene. That's why I can't find the thing that I'm looking for. Perfect. Now we can start. Good. Good. Yeah. Oh yeah, thanks. I do love the Ogum. Why do I not have a Free Palestine command? No, it doesn't look like I've actually come up with a. Hmm. I think I have an Israel one, which is funny that I would have an Israel one and not a Palestine one. But I don't even see that one here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go. I like that, from the river to the sea. That's exactly what we want too. Absolutely. Thank you, Matt, for oh, and now the text is completely covering my face. It was not supposed to come out that way. So that needs to go just there. No, there. Just there. There we go. There we go. We got the layer correct. Oh, it didn't do it. Here, let me hit this. Yeah, I mean the Firebot is connected to chat. I don't know why it's giving you a hard time, Matt. But somebody just asked something. In light of the recent U.S. government shutdown under President Trump, to what extent does the crisis reveal a tension between the legitimacy of political authority? Fuck the police! They can't control! We gotta take it back! Everyone get up and let's go! Cool. Cool. I'm gonna take this and put it in a thing, copy. And then I'm gonna say a few things about the rune trees too. Let's see, I have a thing somewhere that says, oh, I've got to add it here. So let me come over here first. So let me do this. Question. Oh, it does the thing, right? We've had this problem before. But I bet that'll do it. I also really need to make the background for this darker, like a lot darker. That's not that much darker. Oh, that's what I did. I did the wrong thing. Still more yet darker. Also, how about a different color? More like... All right, and now I don't really like that, so... oh yeah, shutdown. That's what the question is about. Shutdown, good. Because I did want to kind of talk about that, I guess. It's not a bad idea. Right. Yeah, some of my stuff is working perfectly fine. But real quick, the Ogum trees. So these are the words for Ogum. Each of the characters that you see over here, each of them represents its own tree. So birch, here, actually I can list them. Gonna be birch, rowan, ash, willow. Oh no, that one's ash. Right. Birch, rowan. What's the one after rowan? I'm usually really good at this. I'm only on the spot, so I'm not getting it right. Can't I remember? Rowan. Once I get past this one, I can't remember what this one is. But willow, ash, hawthorn, oak, holly, hazel, apple, ivy, vine, heather, blackthorn, elderberry, pine, Heather, Broom. Did I already say Heather? So that's Gorsh, Broom. Aspen and you are the 20. There's one that I didn't say. What was the one that I didn't say? What's the one that I'm missing? Birch, Rowan, Alder. Birch, Rowan, Alder, Willow, Ash, Hawthorn, Oak. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at too, so you all can see. And then I'll come back and answer Nova Writer's question. Nova Writer, don't go anywhere. Yeah, good. Yeah, don't go anywhere. You just put something in chat. Because I'm gonna I didn't realize it wasn't on that screen. Gonna address the question, but I just wanted to say something about that. Do I have an image for the things? Don't. I'll put that in Discord. I'll throw something in about the Ogham alphabet in Discord later, Nisa, because you'll find that really fascinating, I bet. Move this out the way, or maybe, yeah, let's move this out the way up here. So, in light of the recent U.S. government shutdown under President Trump, to what extent does the crisis reveal a tension between the legitimacy of political authority and the responsibility of leaders to protect public welfare? This is an amazing question, because this is something that I actually want to spend some time talking about. Where to begin? So, this semester, in particular, I've had lots of students say the same thing, and it's really starting to irritate the fuck out of me. The thing that I'm hearing over and over and over again from students in my discussion board this semester in all of my classes, all of the sudden, this has never been a thing, but all of the sudden this semester, all of my classes, they're all talking about the importance of political leaders making decisions, right? In previous semesters, when students are talking about these things, they're talking about the importance of passing legislation that protects women's autonomy. They're talking about passing implementing policies which are going to be good for home buyers, or implementing policies which are going to protect the working class, or different kinds of things. That's typically how students think about the problems and problem solving, is that we need laws or policies, or people need to do something. And all of the sudden, all of my students are like, we need to elect leaders. And those leaders need to make the right decisions. Those leaders need to care about abortion. Those leaders need to care about workers' rights. Those leaders need to care about... No! Stop appointing leaders to be the leaders of your government. That's the fucking problem in the first place. That's why none of us have rights. That's why none of us have the material conditions, the material needs that we would like. It's because we leave up to some other authority to decide all of the things for us. And we need to stop doing that. Do you get a sense that it's a partisan question? No. It's a good question, actually, Matt. Thank you. Because it's both sides. It's both people who are arguing for right-wing and conservative kind of ideas, and people who are arguing for left-wing or liberal. Usually it's liberal ideas. Everybody is concerned about electing the right leaders. It's weird. It's this weird phenomenon that I noticed at the beginning of the semester. Like the very first discussion board, I was like, it's really weird that everybody all of a sudden is so concerned about leadership. Whereas before, people understood that the problems we were talking about were problems that they were supposed to be grappling with to understand, so that they could figure out how to solve the problem, rather than turning it over to somebody else. And just all of a sudden, my intuition is that there is yes, and that's also part of the problem. Is that when it comes to liberals in general, it's and well, I guess I should preface this somewhat. It wasn't uncommon for me to have liberals in the class and have a few liberals who would recommend that we would focus on the leadership here and there, peppered throughout the times that I've been teaching. But again, for the vast majority of students, the vast majority of conversations, that they understand that it's an issue that they need to understand and think about. But my, that was a weird thing. Okay, Windows, is everything okay? I don't know what happened, but hopefully I'm still streaming. Um, um, well, it's conjecture. If I had to guess, I believe that there is a shift in a leaning toward strong man theory. We haven't really talked about strongman theory, I don't think yet. So it is when a few weeks ago I had a stream where I was talking about when it comes to revolution and revolutionary organizing, that it's better if we don't have leaders. It's better if we don't have appointed leadership. This is one of the failings that has been noted about the Black Panthers and about various other revolutionary organizations, is that there are pitfalls that accompany vanguardism, and I think that for right wing, right, in the wake of Charlie Kirk, let's say, right, there's a vacuum that's perceived on the right wing, where now this group of white right wing people feel like they need a new vanguard. They need somebody at the helm, somebody in charge that's driving the efforts. And I don't know why this is all of a sudden becoming more of a focus for the left, right? I think that's a little bit more curious, and it's not surprising that would happen on the right. Most people on the right see Trump as kind of a strong man figure, right? Kind of an FDR. Rather than asking permission, or rather than going through the proper channels, rather than playing ball by the rules that everybody else has always played with, Trump is just doing what he wants, and he's wrecking the place up and just getting things done, right? That's the strong man attitude. And I think that people on the right wing see what Trump is doing as a strong man getting stuff done. Now, the rest of us understand that what Trump is doing is flailing around and destroying all of the mechanisms that government needs to work in the interest of public interest. Right? That's what Trump is accomplishing, is flailing about in a way that is going to do harm to the systems that we depend on for governance. But conservatives think that that's a good thing anyway, right? So it's not a surprise that the right wing is shifting that direction, and that is the natural progression into fascism, right? Into electing Mussolini, into electing Hitler, into electing Trump. that's the strategy, is this strongman mentality. And so I think there probably is some deliberate effort to push that. My only guess is that the rising popularity of that solution on the left is a reactionary response, that left, or I guess I should just say Democratic and liberals, are seeing the strong man thing play out on the right and are thinking to themselves, well, we need our own strong man, right? Which no, what we need to do is implement public policy which will be good for people's material conditions. That's what we actually need. We don't need another AOC, right? We don't need another Chuck Schumer. Those vehicles have proven to not be in the best interest of the left wing. Now that the DSA has been getting more prominence in electoral politics, well, that's actually not a good, not a bad suggestion. I think that makes sense, Jane. That that might have to do with it too, because DSAs usually are kind of hierarchical, and they're usually driven by charismatic figures that are going to be the next Bernie Sanders or whatever. Be cool if the Sock Dem stopped running for a fascist party, wouldn't it? It would be really cool, Matt. Chuck is literally a foreign citizen. It's just so useless too. And they're just ultimately so entirely useless. Oh, so I'm not sure that I've actually addressed the question all the way though. And you've asked another question, Nova Rider. I'm sorry I'm a little bit behind, but I'll get caught back up to this. Does the crisis reveal the tension between the legitimacy of public authority? Actually, I think Nova Rider, I think that you are spot on about this. To what extent does a crisis reveal the tension between the legitimacy of political authority and the responsibility of those leaders? I would like to posit that it would be the case if we had control of the means of production. Government shutdowns would be a thing of the past, right? That the only reason why government shutdowns exist in the first place is for the purpose of being a political football that parties get to use so that they can throw a temper tantrum when they don't get their way. And I've heard a lot of news already yesterday and today and leading up to the shutdown, where Republicans are accusing Democrats of all the same things that Democrats were just accusing Republicans of the last time there was going to be a shutdown. And you know what? The Republicans are 100% right about this. You can't, on one hand, pretend like using this political strategy is unheard of and absurd and going to put people's lives in danger, right? You can't use that argument and then do that thing the very next election cycle, because it makes you look disingenuous. It makes you look like a grifter. It makes you look like you don't care about people's material conditions, right? Mask off, right? And all of the people all across the nation who are losing interest in the Democratic Party, there's no surprise, right? It's not a surprise to anybody on the left that the Democrats are losing and losing and losing and losing. It's because they keep capitulating and doing nothing else. That's it. They just capitulate. They are the ratchet. Ratchet theory. We haven't talked about ratchet theory, but I'm pretty sure most of you were kind of familiar with ratchet theory. In all the Democratic Party has done since I have been alive has been nothing but a slow, continual capitulation. Further right, and then further right, and then further right, and then further right. That's why we're here, is because of the Democratic Party. And the leaders that we keep electing that are supposed to be responsible for public policy. We keep putting bullshit idiot leaders in those positions. IDOT is kind of an ableist thing. Trying to omit, that's another thing I'm trying to omit from my language, but we can't continue to elect these useless leaders and then be surprised later when they are useless, when they prove to be absolutely useless, when electoralism is going to fail us yet again. So I think that in a lot of ways, there's a silver lining. It's not a very good silver lining, but I think that the current shutdown does highlight, right, when the government ceases to do the thing that it's supposed to do, all it does is signal to everybody else that it has always been useless, that it has always been a bad vehicle, a bad mechanism for us to achieve the things that we want to accomplish in securing rights and building society and creating a kind of world that we want to exist in. The government as it is broken, and it doesn't do the job. And when it shuts down in this kind of way, it makes that demonstrably clear. It makes that so obvious that it can't be ignored anymore. So I think that there's some silver lining to this. Didn't see. Did I? I got it. Okay, there it is. I personally like using the seesaw theory when you're on a right-leaning seesaw. If you sit in the middle, you will just keep sliding further right, further right, further right. You can only encounter a right-leaning seesaw by sitting on the far left. Yeah, I think that works really well. I like that analogy too. Yes, exactly, Matt. And that's yeah. I used to do. I used to say ID10T. But still, and that's what Matt is on about is more where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to move away from the habit of dehumanizing, or move away from the habit of undermining the positions of my interlocutors, right? Okay, so before Nova Rider put something else in chat, but I'm gonna go back up to the last thing that they said first. Copy. Increasingly treat governmental power and institutional structures as tools for partisan ends. To what extent can democratic legitimacy survive when the separation of powers, independent institution, and norms of political neutrality are gradually dismantled? Okay, so let me put this. That is a really good long question too. Do that. I think we'll do it. There we go. Yeah, good. So, an institutional structure as tools for partisan ends. Separation of powers are gradually dismantled. Well, but they aren't. They aren't really being gradually dismantled. And I'm not saying that you're wrong about this, Nova Writer. I'm just trying to push back on this a little bit. Because I don't see what's happening is a dismantling of these levers. What I see is a reorientation of those levers. I see them being retooled or repurposed or rebranded or reframed. They're not being dismantled. And this is the funny thing. This morning when I was in Struggle 4, Marcus made a joke, right, about the government shutdown, right? And the joke that Marcus was making was, well, if it turns out that the government shutdown is going to be a permanent thing, well, our job is done. We don't have to dismantle the beast. We don't have to go to war with the imperialist fascist government. If it's just going to shut down, job's done, right? We all get to go home. Mission accomplished. And there, while this is a funny joke, there is actually some legitimacy to that. That, or rather, there would be some legitimacy to it if it were the case that what was happening was a kind of dismantling. But it's not going to be. What it's going to turn into is just a restructuring. That's all that will happen. We won't see anything being really destroyed, and we won't see any kind of vacuum that forms because something has been displaced or been removed. We're just going to see a shifting of powers in the way that things are handled. That's probably the only thing that we'll see. Shut down the government so ICE can't be paid. Right. Right now, we are in a situation where, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say the thing that I was about to say. Democrats are in a situation that's not useless and powerless. For once, Democrats could actually do something about this. Will they? No, I have zero faith. I have not even 1% would I give to the Democrats that they will be able to use the power that they actually hold right now to accomplish something, because they do have power and they could do something. Right? But I've got zero confidence. Right, exactly. The Dems will capitulate to the Republicans, like they always do, like every other time. Gonna give it under 24 hours, just like the filibuster, right? And really all they want is to be able to say that they tried, right? They don't want to try. They don't want to make a change. They don't want to actually go to battle on our behalf, or on the behalf of healthcare, or on behalf of taxpayers, or on behalf of what is right legally, or on behalf of what is right morally. They don't want to do any of those things. What they want is to be able to say that they tried, that they did something and it wasn't successful, but at least they tried, so you should vote for them again. That's all they want. And that's what they'll get. They literally don't use it. Yeah, when they had the opportunity to use it, they didn't. And when they had the opportunity to get rid of it so that Republicans couldn't use it, they didn't. Right? It really is. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would look at the Democrats or the Democratic Party and think, yeah, okay, that's a group of people that I want to put my trust in. Because just year after year after year, they do nothing. They don't accomplish anything. They don't do anything but push everyone further right. Yep, it's a whole performance to game them on. Right, exactly, Jane. Nothing more than performativism. And the excuse, yeah. And that's what they've got. They've got a situation in which they really don't have to worry about doing anything or accomplish anything. It's set up perfectly for them to fail and for them to get away with failing without accountability. Again. Okay, so I think that's really a good was a really great question. Let me relearn how to talk real fast. No overrider. I think that was a really great question. Thank you for putting that in there. And that's well, I guess I'll finish answering because I didn't really answer that. To what extent can democratic legitimacy survive? When we're talking about democratic legitimacy in this way, I think what I would say to that is really what we're seeing is the erosion of public trust in what we would have called some kind of democratic process. Oh, that's so I think that what we'll see is a kind of erosion of trust, but I don't know that erosion of trust is a bad thing. I think that if there is such a kind of erosion of trust, that will probably move people actually left. Get people to realize that electoralism is not the way. Is my hope. Maybe I'm just being optimistic, but this turned out to be a much longer comment than I thought it was going to be. Holy heck, this is massive. Okay. It's going to take up the whole screen. If democracy claims its authority from the consent of the governed, which it should, right? This is Hobbes. This is a social contract. Yet that consent is increasingly manufactured through state control narratives, the suppression of dissenting institutions, universities, press, courts, and the mobilization of military power and civic life, then does the people's will retain any authentic normative weight? No. Or has it become indistinguishable from the will of the sovereign? Yes, it has. Yes. Yeah, my immediate answer was no, even before I finished reading the question. Is that no. What we have is a kind of manufactured consent where it makes it kind of difficult sometimes when I'm teaching, right? So next week I get off from class. I don't have class next week. Yay! But the week after that is going to be the middle of the semester. It is going to be the rights discourse conversation. Finally, it's one of my favorite classes or favorite things to talk about in the class. So I'm really looking forward to it. But the difficulty that I have with having conversations in the classroom about rights discourse is this distinction between rights and the right to have rights. And this is something that we get from Hannah Arendt in response to the UN Declaration of Human Rights, whenever that is. I don't remember the date. It's like 200 years old about now, I want to guess. But after the Declaration of Human Rights from the UN, Hannah Arendt writes an article where she's like, what what is that piece of paper supposed to do about people's actual rights, right? It's not guaranteeing any kind of rights or protections for the Kurds. It's certainly not offering any rights or protections for Jewish people who at that time had no state, right? There wasn't any kind of Israel was just a glimmer in some Zionists' eyes, right? It wasn't even around then. And Hannah Arendt talks about this in The Right to Have Rights is the name of one of the articles. The other one is We Refugees, right? Where Hannah Arendt talks about this distinction, where we put down on pieces of paper that citizens have rights, that we have the right to peaceably assemble, right? But that doesn't translate into protections for the protesters at Standing Rock, who were accosted by police, who were attacked by police dogs, who were sprayed with water in freezing cold weather, right? They didn't actually have the right to demonstrate and peaceably assemble. They didn't. Hence the police attacking them. When children show up to college campuses to protest wars in Palestine, and they're brutalized by police. Well, those kids don't have rights. They don't have the right to protest, actually. They have the right, but they don't have the right to have those rights, actually. Right, and so what we're talking about is this ephemeral, abstract idea, which doesn't translate into anything real. And so when we're trying to figure out, when we're trying to work through the language of it, none of the language works. Because we're having conversations about the abstract ideas that don't actually translate to people having human dignities in the United States, right? We just put people in cages. When humans show up to the border, we put those humans in cages, or we ship them off to other countries so that without due process, right? Clearly, America doesn't care about humans having rights. Clearly, despite whatever laws, despite whatever words, despite whatever pieces of paper. It doesn't translate into something that is real. So that's much more recent than I thought, Jane. Thank you for looking up that date. That's much more recent than it's almost not even 100 years old. Wow, I thought it was older than that. Yeah, rights afforded by the state are really privileges, like we've talked about before on the stream. If you had rights, the government would not be able to violate them. If you had rights, the government would not be able to violate them. The government can and offers to some people the privilege of recourse when the state has violated their rights. And that's not the same thing as having rights. Just period. So let's bring the question back up. I was trying to see if there was another tangent to go off of with this question, but really no. And that's that all of this extra that Nova Writer put in here is almost enough to have more conversation about, but not really, because it's all going to come down to this: that the people retain any authentic normative weight. No, the people don't. Period. This is just piling up more stuff to demonstrate why it is that we don't. Right? It has to do with the state-controlled narratives, the suppression of dissenting institutions, and the mobilizing of military power. Right? And it's not just ICE. Right? ICE is a big deal, and we Americans should recognize the presence of ICE as Gestapo, as an illegitimate, immoral force which is directly seeking to subvert the rights of citizens who live here. That's what ICE is and is doing. Explicitly and only. ICE is not making anyone's community safer. ICE is not upholding the law. Or ICE is not upholding law and order so that the rest of us can go about our lives. That's not what ICE is doing. ICE is literally, directly interfering with the rights of humans who are in this country so that they can prove that they can just do that. It's really important that people start to wake up to the reality. The more that we allow ICE to get away with being an illegitimate military force who is waging war against the American people, the longer we allow that to happen, the more legitimate that force becomes. It is an illegitimate, immoral, illegal force. And the more time that we allow it to harm people, the more legitimate it becomes. Period. By us allowing it to exist, we are giving it legitimacy, despite the fact that it should have none. Oh, would you look at the time, East Coasters? Don't forget to medicate. Don't forget your medication, everybody. Yep, the wrong Amazon is burning, the wrong ICE is melting. ICE is another wing of the law enforcement apparatus. Yes, absolutely. Well, and to push this a little bit further, absolutely, Street Cat Love, but to push this, that was Jane that said that, to push this a little bit further, ICE is just another wing of the law enforcement apparatus. Police don't have a moral right to exist. Police and policing as it is an institution right now today in the United States is explicitly unconstitutional. Categorically, necessarily. I have a right to life, and I ought to be afforded.
Fuck the police! Let's take control! We gotta take it back! Everyone get up and let's go!
Thank you. Yes. Cops don't even enforce law. There's a few things that that used to get talked about an awful lot all the time on Twitch, and I haven't heard them talked about in a while. So here's something I'm going to bring up that might be new to some of you. The police don't have to help you. They are under no obligation to help you in any way with anything. When you come to the police and say, I have been accosted, I have been assaulted, or my rights have been violated, somebody has stolen my property, the police can just tell you to fuck off. That's a real thing. That they don't have to help you. That they're under no obligation to help you, even if it isn't going to put their life in danger, right? But especially in the case, right? But the unconstitutionality comes from, I have a right to life. and I have a right to defend my life against threats. Except that I don't have the right to defend myself against police. The police have the right to literally execute me if they feel their lives are threatened. I don't have the right to defend myself from the state, which means that the existence of that body, which prevents me from being able to defend my right to life from the state, is constitutionally illegitimate. Can't be the case that we have the institution of policing and allow those police to murder citizens when those police lives are threatened, but I can't defend my life against the police when my life is threatened. Literally, categorically unconstitutional. But here it is existing anyway. If democracy presupposes, let me get this. This is the whole last comments, even longer than the last one. Good. It is actually quite a good bit longer than the last one. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fit this whole thing here, but I'm going to try. Dang. Also, lots of really big words in here that makes it harder. I think that'll do it. Oh. Wow, that's big. Okay. All right. So, what do we got here? Oh yeah, I guess I could pin it. That's a good idea. That's not how you pin. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, I see it up there. Good, because I don't know how to pin stuff, apparently. Thank you. Democracy presupposes both the autonomy of individuals and the authority of collective decision-making. What happens when the state itself engineers the very conditions of thought control of institutions, selective enforcement of laws, and militarized demonstrations of power such that the individual can no longer distinguish between their free will and the ideological apparatus that shaped it? Does the concept of the people's choice remain coherent when the people's epistemic didn't get the end of this, but I understand the question. No, yes and no. It does remain coherent. It does remain coherent, but what we see is we see it for what it is. It's not so much choice. It's not that the people have choice. It's that the people have the illusion of choice. So, in that representative democratic institutions like the one here in the United States has always been a facade. That hasn't changed. Right? And that's the reality, I think, is that the representative democracies that we have always been the illusion of choice, the illusion of democratic control, the illusion of power, and has always only been an illusion. It's just that now, when we have this this kind of situation, yeah, no worries, Nova Rider. I figured that it cut the last little bit off. But like I said, I figured out where you're going with the question anyway. That it's always been an illusion. And so something that I started to talk about like 2 months ago, something that I was talking about, is that the philosophical understanding that philosophy uses to understand liberty and freedom, these concepts are wrong and have been wrong. Going back as far as philosophy goes. No, that's hyperbolic. Going back to at least before Rene Descartes, though. So back. Right. And we've talked about this before, that part of the issue, right, so we've got the problem that I was talking about before, the difference between rights and the right to have rights, right? The thing that's on paper and abstract, but doesn't always necessarily translate to people actually having material freedoms in the real world. We've got that distinction, but then we've also got this distinction between right, where people believe that choice equates to freedom. And so let's it's funny, this came up in my class yesterday. For those of you who are familiar with Eddie Izzard has a stand-up where they talk about having a choice between cake or death. And it's kind of a funny bit going back and forth between, well, are you going to have some cake? Oh, sorry, I'll add a cake. I guess there's only death, right? It's a funny bit. But this bit does a really good job, I think, of helping to illustrate. What happened to my closed captions? There they go. That this comedy sketch does a particularly good job of illustrating the difference between choice and freedom, right? If you're given the choice, cake or death, sure, you can make the decision between those two. Freedom would be the ability to walk away from that situation with neither, or with both, or with making your own cake, right? That's real freedom, is the choice not to choose, or the choice not to participate. Being able to not care about that choice. That's real freedom. But if you are presented with cake or death, these are your options, right? And that's what we have in the United States. You can choose which car insurance you are going to use to insure your car. You don't have the choice to not drive around uninsured, because they will put you in jail for it. And, well, it depends on the state that you're in, but in many states, they will just put you in jail for driving around without insurance. You don't have, with work, you have the option to work any kind of job that you want. You can work for anyone you want, doing any kind of business in any kind of industry that you want. You have to work. You don't actually have freedom, right? You have a choice, and that's not the same as real freedom. Freedom would be the ability to live in a society without having to work to live in that society. Like it was for hundreds of thousands of years. For the vast majority of human history, you've been able to live in societies with other people, in community with other people. And if you don't do other things to help those people, they don't care. It's not that big of a deal, actually. It's it's okay. The community will just figure out a way to make ends meet and to make things work. For most of human history, it hasn't been a problem until capitalism came along and forced everybody into participation. You must participate. If anyone is allowed outside of the capitalist system, then that person will be undermining the system. That's why capitalist imperialism is constantly trying to kill and destroy and erase indigenous philosophies and indigenous peoples and indigenous ways of life, because they have existed for hundreds of thousands of years without capitalism forcing people into situations to where they have to, taking away people's freedom, right? Indigenous philosophies remind people or give people access to a history where we actually had freedoms before the state had cornered all of your actual freedoms and eliminated them, which is the world that we live in now. A world in which you don't have freedoms. The state has eradicated all of the freedoms that you have. You can't do anything without doing that thing within the mechanisms, within the confines of the government. Peace don't come without freedom, because there's still violence without freedom for all. There's still violence without freedom for all. Yes. Yes, I would agree with that. I see liberty and freedom to be emergent properties of distributing power as equally as we possibly can to every single person living. Yes. Yes, Jane. Yes, absolutely. Because that's liberty and freedom to be emergent properties of distributing power as equally as we possibly can to every single person. I would say rather than equally, this might be a situation in which we would want to use equity rather than equality. That we would want to distribute power as equitably as possible. And the distinction here has to do with the fact that not everybody wants to have power or choice or wants to have the freedom to make those decisions. Some people would actually prefer to have less freedoms and less say and less power and control over the mechanisms of how we organize society. Some people will be more interested and more invested in the creation of public spaces and public works and the establishment of political bodies. I'm a political body, you're a political body. What rights and stuff we get is the establishment of political bodies. Right? So some people are going to be more invested in that and should have more power and flexibility, but these people shouldn't have none, right? We should have an equitable distribution of power so that those who want to have more or less can have more or less, relative to what they would actually want. Right? What would actually, well, what they want versus what they would choose, rather, is often a different thing too. So that would have to be ironed out. That's one of the other paradoxes of democracy. I was supposed to have a stream where I talked about the paradoxes of democracy, and I haven't gotten around to that stream yet. I'm sorry that I keep putting pins in all of these things and I haven't come back to them. Also, on that note, Kiyomatara, I'm not going to forget that I do want to take a look at your article. I already have it pulled up over here. We'll take a look at it in a little bit. I'm just fleshing through some of these ideas. The first Red Scare was against indigenous people. Yeah. Yeah, and it really it has to do with capitalism. Capitalism cannot allow anything that even resembles not capitalism to exist anywhere, because those things always work better. And if people could see those things work, nobody would be participating in capitalism anymore. If people had the choice, and that's what it comes down to. If people had the choice to participate in capitalism or not to participate in capitalism, nobody would participate in capitalism. Nobody would choose that. It is an irrational choice, as demonstrated by the internal antagonistic contradictions that are inherent in the capitalist system. Nobody would enter into a system in which entering in devalues themselves and everybody else that's in the system. And that is necessarily the case. When you enter into the workforce in a capitalist system, you entering into the workforce diminishes your worker value and the worker value of every other worker in the workforce. That's an internal antagonistic contradiction. Matt, we need to elect strong leaders because they know what's best, and us plebes better stay in line, right? That's in keeping with the theme today, very much. Rosa Luxemburg said, which backs up my analysis of the first Red Scare was against indigenous people when the French National Assembly was deciding the fate of the unfortunate Arabs of Algeria in 1873 with a law of the compulsory introduction of private property. It was repeatedly said in a gathering where the cowardice and bloodlust of the conquerors of the Paris Commune still trembled, that the ancient common property of the Arabs must at any cost be destroyed as a form that supports communist tendencies in people's mind. Yes. And a fantastic point, Kayamatara. Really, that I think that is a perfect example of capitalism recognizing, right? It's a mask off moment when capitalism goes out of its way. Paris Commune, I think, was a great example of this in general. Of capitalism needing to go out of its way to eliminate a competing way of life, because that competing way of life is so obviously much better. It's so obviously more free and more advantageous for everyone that is in it, and everybody who can see it can recognize that it's better in every way for the people that are in it. And that's why capitalism can't stand for those things to exist, right? Or, and this is something else that we talked about, I think it was in the last stream, rather what capitalism often does, or colonialism often does with indigenous ways of life. It has to do with the assimilation and extraction process. So, and I was talking about this in the Foucaultian sense, where when the colonial power experiences some other kind of power that is contra to it, what the colonial power does is it extracts knowledge, it extracts ideas from the other power, and then it makes the extracted content the primary content that people are exposed to, so that people's first impression of indigenous philosophy is watching Pocahontas. Right? That's just take a minute and process that for a lot of Americans who are living here on indigenous land, right? For a lot of those Americans who are living on indigenous land, their first exposure to indigenous philosophy is watching fucking Pocahontas. Just take a minute and let that process. Demonstrate the efficacy of the alternate. Yes. Demonstrates the efficacy of the alternate by needing so badly to eradicate it. Every day I watch the news, I see America getting closer and closer to America from the Man in the High Castle. Was that a movie? America from the Man in the High Castle? Or probably a TV show. Maybe I'll have to check that out. Oh, yeah, that is why they rely on racism so heavily. Yes, and that's part of the same thing. The assimilation, and then to turn back around. Well, and that's yeah. So right, with the I'm sorry. There's a lot I want to say. Hold on. There have been a series of studies that are concerned with the idea of, what is it? Contrary cultural identities. So, I'm going to get there. For many white kids that go to school in America, they feel like they're going to a school that is teaching them cultural ideas that reverberate with them. It doesn't. It doesn't, but they feel like it does. And in the context of this milieu, we've got, say, for example, Hispanic kids that maybe their parents speak Spanish as their primary language and English as their second language. When they go to school, those kids, the Spanish speaking kids, feel like the curriculum that they're being exposed to is contra to their cultural ideas and is being forced on them in an antagonistic way. So there are education outcomes that can be predicted from an individual perceiving the school's culture from being different from their own culture. So it's a little bit of a long walk. Now, the point that I'm getting to, for all of American history, everything that has been taught to indigenous people, to Spanish-speaking people, and to all black people has been within this context, right? That school children, that the school kids that I went to school with that were not white are reading textbooks that are telling those kids that slaves appreciated their slave owners and that those people are better off from having been stolen from their families and from their communities and brought over here to an industrialized nation, right? This idea is fucking absurd, first off, right? But is taught to people in a way that is meant in a lot of ways to be intentionally antagonistic. So, right, if residential schools come up, for example, in the classroom, for most of American history, those residential schools are being brought up in the classroom to reinforce to the children in the classroom that residential schools are necessary and good and are saving people. Right? That's what's taught. That becomes the prevalent culture in society. That becomes the dominant narrative over the top of people's lived actual experience. Right? People who are not white are looking at the curriculum going, this is batshit crazy. This is obviously wrong. This is obviously bullshit. And all of the white kids in the classroom are just eating the shit up and making those kids who disagree with the common narrative feel more alienated. So when kids with indigenous backgrounds who actually have been raised by indigenous parents with indigenous life values and indigenous ways of life, when they go to school with other school children and push back on some of the narratives that those white kids have been eating up their whole life, this is the dominant narrative. This is what stays. This becomes the mainstay, so that the culture that is actually the real culture, where the real truth of these real ideas comes from, becomes the reflection, right? This becomes the predominant conception, even though it has stolen all of the truth and all of the ideas and all of the knowledge from the other power and perverted that. This becomes the predominant narrative. This becomes true. This becomes right. This becomes what everybody accepts as being normal and true. And that's I'm glad I don't remember being taught that. It's something that has really stuck with me. I think that I've talked about my experience that when I was a kid, I think it was in 4th grade, maybe it was 5th grade, but I'm pretty sure it was 4th grade, where I read in the history book that slaves, the history book said slaves appreciated their masters. And the textbook went on to say that after slaves had been liberated, that some of those slaves resented their freedom. Taught in my fucking history textbook. And I brought my textbook home and I showed my mom. I said, Mom, this kind of doesn't make sense. Can you help explain this to me? And what she said was, well, that's what my textbook says. Must be true. When I was a kid and I went to elementary school, that's what I learned from my textbook, is what my mother told me. I wish I still had the old textbook. I really, and it's something that I've tried to do a few times where I'm like, I'm going to find it. I'm going to go online and track down that book so that I can prove to people, I can show them. But I haven't been able to find it yet. Well, yeah, it is, absolutely, Jane. And it was clearly the product of the Daughters of Confederacy. That's one of the Daughters of Confederacy talking points. You know what's not in my grade school history book? Picnics, gator baiting, redlining, right? Medical cannibalism. All kinds of stuff. Okay, new book. Lies My Teacher Told Me. Oh yeah, I've read, well, I haven't read the book, but I have been introduced to the book. Lies My Teacher Told Me. I can't remember if I don't remember the context of it. I want to say that my first introduction to Lies My Teacher Told Me was from a college professor that that brought the book to class and gave us some of the stuff right out of the book. Was my first introduction to it, and so I got a lot of it. It would probably be a good idea for me to have the book and read the whole thing. I bet there's a lot of stuff in there that hasn't occurred to me, or that I just haven't been exposed to. Absolutely stole that off a teacher's bookshelf once upon a time. Allegedly. Nice. Context is stuff like that you're talking about right now. The author basically compared high school and college history textbooks to the actual history. Yeah, and it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Oh no, yes. So that was my first introduction. The other thing that I was going to say is there used to be a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel went through and did a lot of the stuff that was from the book. And I'm trying to remember the name of that YouTube channel that I haven't watched in like 8 or 9 years. Man, I cannot remember. That's where I first got the deep dive into the Iran-Contra affair, was from that YouTube. Been so long, I can't remember. I'll marinate on that to see if I can remember what the name of that channel was that would go through that stuff. They would make furniture with their hair. What? Oh, the slaves used to literally be cattle for them. They ate people. Oh, right, yes. This stream is better than the vast swath of formal educational system. Yes. Yes, it is. I completely agree with that. And it's not because I'm doing anything magnificent or spectacular or because I'm particularly brilliant. I'm just not interested in parroting the mythology that has been taught in American schools for, all of American history. Spent a good 8 years in grade school only learning about the Revolutionary War. Right. The American Revolution. You learn all kinds of facts and information about the American Revolution, and most of it isn't actually accurate. Right? I remember when I was in college, my first year in college, my college professor started talking about the Civil War and the causes of the Civil War. It was hyper-nationalism, economy, and territory, right? And I was like, well, what the fuck about slavery? Are we going to talk about that at all? Are we going to talk like we're just going to gloss over that whole thing? Okay. My black history teacher that's just parroting the same bullshit lies that I'd learned year in year after all throughout high school. Welcome in, DJ Che. Well, it's a raid. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. From indigenous people. Oh, right. Which they also like, yeah. I'm from indigenous people, the Sami. The school system is very biased against us, and that's exactly the same thing, right? When I look back on the way that I was taught about indigenous people here on Turtle Island, it was right there. So there's two conversations. There was the Trail of Tears conversation, right? There was a time and place in my history classes for us to be sad about indigenous people. But the Trail of Tears, we can be sad about this. The whole point of that we can be sad about that is, well, it's over now. It's over, it happened, and now we get to move on, right? So either what I was taught was what happened to indigenous people was their fault. That they were angry, antagonistic, warlike people who couldn't be reasoned with, which is what I was taught in schools, which is absolutely a bullshit lie. Absolutely. Every time the United States sat down with indigenous people were like, okay, we are willing to compromise. Let's do what we have to do to work together to come up with some kind of treaty that works for both of us. And every single time the United States violated that treaty. and then later would come back to the people, and the people would be like, okay, let's work together so that we can come up with some kind of agreement, some kind of treaty, so that we can all be happy. And every time the United States would violate that treaty, every single time. And none of that was taught in my history class. What I was taught in my history class was that indigenous people couldn't be reasoned with. Or I was taught about the Trail of Tears as an event that happened that was a little bit tragic, but it's over now, and so we don't have to think about it anymore, right? That's the two narratives that I was given about indigenous people here on Turtle Island. So I imagine that when it came to the education you had in your country, Nova Rider, about the Sami people and about the way that your government went about the eradication of your people and their way of life, that they would just gloss over that and pretend like it was the fault of the Sami people. Right? We didn't revolt for taxes, right? The empire told us not to do slavery and stop murdering indigenous people, and America was like, the fuck we won't. And that's another part of that. Thank you, Matt, for bringing that part up. It wasn't just about the slavery. If you read the Emancipation Proclamation, if you read the, I don't know why I said that. If you read the Declaration of Independence, the very first paragraph in the Declaration of Independence explains very explicitly that America didn't want to be told by the king that they weren't allowed to massacre the indigenous people anymore. Which is literally what had happened. That the American colonies were continuing to genocide the indigenous people, despite the fact that those indigenous nations had been recognized globally as sovereign nations with the right to exist, and had established treaties with not just the King of England, but with several other nations, several other countries around the world. They were recognized, globally recognized national powers with the same kind of statehood that the colonies had. And the colonies wouldn't stop genociding those people. That's what the War of Independence is about. That's literally it. Revolutionary War was a liberal revolution. Yeah, I would say it really was. It wasn't a liberatory revolution. It was a liberal revolution. That's an interesting distinction that I kind of never really thought about. But yeah, it was a very liberal movement. The Trail of Tears never ended at all, actually. We are still pushing those people off their land, Jane. Thank you for making that point. The Trail of Tears never ended, actually. We are still pushing those people off of their land. Oh yeah, and only one group of people were affected by the Trail of Tears, and not massive whole nations, right? Lots of different nations. Now even the police don't care about us having more cases about police indoor. Wait. Sami girls reported about harassment and even a count of rape and sex harassment. Okay, now the police don't care about us having more cases. So I'm not sure. I think that there was something lost in translation there, Nova Rider. But it seems like what you're saying is that there is an increase in dehumanizing treatment, and that being coupled with sexual violence, which is also the same thing that we see happening here. When it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous persons and their relation to pipelines and the expansion of pipelines or the maintenance of pipelines, and what happens here, and I imagine Nova Rider, it's kind of similar to what you're experiencing there. So what happens here is people will go to the police and they will say, "Hey, this person's missing, or this person has been a victim of sexual assault." And the police go, "Well, you're not really United States citizens, so you're not really in our jurisdiction. So you'll have to take that up with your reservation police. That there are police on the res, and you'll have to take your issue up with them. Except for those police departments don't have any resources, they don't have any funding, and often they only have one officer, which doesn't have any power or ability to arrest people or to put them in jail or to pursue legal recourse in any kind of meaningful way, right? So that they're considered, Indigenous people here are considered in a in between citizenship. They are not sovereign citizens of the United States. Indigenous people here on Turtle Island are not sovereign citizens of the United States at all. They don't have any of the regular protections or guarantees that are guaranteed sovereign citizens of the United States. And not only are they not considered sovereign states of the U.S., but their own nations don't have sovereignty over themselves such that those nations can protect their citizens' sovereignty. So they're not sovereign citizens of the United States, and the nations in which they are a part of don't have sovereignty themselves. So in a lot of ways, Indigenous people here don't have any rights or any mechanisms for legal recourse, no matter what has happened to them. Seems like a real just nation to me, huh? Right? I said sarcastically. Hopefully the sarcasm came off. I'm really good at reading sarcasm. I'm not always good at delivering sarcasm. So I'm just making sure that everybody understands I was being sarcastic there. There is a loophole that allows anyone to murder and kidnap Indigenous people from reservations. Nobody has jurisdiction. Right. That's what I was getting onto. Ask Norway, where they're building their green energy hydro dams, because it ain't on Norwegian lands. No, it's on Sami Indigenous lands. Thank you, DJ Che, for bringing that up. That's something that Nova Riders mentioned previously, is that all of their green energy initiatives are NIMBY initiatives, right? They don't want to put those things on Norwegian land. They want to use Sami land, right? Even now, the police don't seem to care about us. More and more cases, but their voices are not being taken seriously. Yeah, still not being taken seriously. Good. That yeah, Nova Rider. That I think that was phrased a little bit. I think your English in the second one was phrased a little bit easier for me to read. And I'm sorry that that there's a little bit of a language barrier. I really don't want you to feel bad about that, or I hate that there's that kind of barrier there. But Please read that in sarcasm. Gotcha. Uh, Indigenous police have no jurisdiction outside of the indigenous community, and yeah, just everybody off the street is immune. And they don't care. Nova Rider, DJ Che absolutely cares. I think that that's why they brought it up, is that they actually care about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Nova Rider. This hits a lot closer to home for you than it does for me personally. And thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here and for giving your perspective. Right. It's advantageous in that. Well, I mean, let me just be transparent about my own privilege. I have the privilege to not care about this. I have the privilege to not think about this, right? After stream is over, I can go about the rest of my regular life, and I don't have to worry about the sexual harassment of Indigenous women here in the United States or in Norway, right? I have the privilege of being able to turn off my brain about those kinds of concerns, about the fact that the land of the Sami people is being taken and expropriated even further than it already has. And that this is happening not just there and not just here in the United States, literally to every indigenous population everywhere around the world. This is a global problem that has been ongoing for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And what it seems like to me, and maybe it just feels like it, but it seems like to me that there has been a gradual ramping up or an intensity of this kind of operation. And I believe that we're seeing a ramping up of it because people like us won't stop talking about it, that we won't shut up about it, that we continue to have these conversations and to draw attention to the blatant injustices. Is the more that we are drawing attention to it and the more that we are making a bunch of noise about it, the more that powers who are in control of those forces are trying to overwhelm what we are doing by pushing back, is how I feel about the material conditions of the situations. Yeah, right. No, and no, it's Jane. I identify with this comment so fully. Right. It's a joke, but it's not. It's still very serious. But it's also funny in a very not humorous way, or humorous in a not funny way. Which way is it? One of those, right? It's real comedy. In that there's an irony there that might make you laugh. The irony isn't actually funny. It's not comedic, or it's the word comedy has gotten ruined. So it's hard to use that word appropriately in any kind of context anymore. But I think you all know what I'm trying to say. Good. And I think that this is that we are continuing the conversation is good and powerful, invaluable for us and also for the general attitudes of those around us. And this is not an inappropriate time to turn our attention over to an article that was written by one of our chatters, Hayamatara. Which I've got somewhere. I just got to figure out what I did with it. There we go. Hey, huzzah. There might be a better view. I don't need the whole. No, we'll use this. Oh, that one's already set. It's not already set, but I can fix it. Oh, it is. Look at that. It is already about. What is this? What? Oh, that's the question. Y'all, hold on. I've got too many things going on. There we go. That's out of the way. Huzzah. There we go. Let's actually cut a little bit of this side off too. Oops. Good. I think that looks pretty good. That's got everything in there. Oh, it's cutting some of the stuff off now. There, I think I'm happy with that, more or less. I think that's good. All right, thank you all for your patience. All right, good. Good. Disposability as counter-revolution. Oh, and let me also, if you all would like to follow along, please feel free to follow along. Kayamatara would also probably appreciate if you wanted to subscribe to their Substack. I forgot what it is. And real quick, got something embarrassing to admit. That I've been on Substack for probably several months, and it didn't occur to me that it was actually a social media website. That like people were posting regular, like just regular posts about stuff, that it was like a regular social. I had no idea. I'm not even sure how I ended up subscribed to Substack in the first place, or how, but I have an account. Read only. Okay. But yeah, so anyways, what I'm saying is, like, the last time I was streaming, Kayamatara was like, oh, I saw that you liked my article. What did you think of it? And I don't know what I'm doing when I get on this website. I'm just clicking about. I still haven't actually figured out. I know I'm such a boomer. But it's just, I just thought it was kind of funny that here I am using this website, Substack. I've read lots of things on Substack now. There's lots of things that I've read, but I've only followed links and read articles until the other day. I happened to be on there and I saw, like I was just clicking around and I was like, what is all this stuff that I'm clicking on? And I was like, oh, there's Kayamatara's article. I'll go ahead and like that. And then it was like, wait a minute, I like that? Is this a social media website? Yes, it is. And I'm now caught up now I know that it's that what it is and how to use it. I'm starting to figure that out. Thank you all for your patience. Well, thank you, Nisa. That makes me feel a little bit better. At least I'm in company with my with my boomerism. So, all right. That aside. Now let me get to the article. Recently, there has been back and forth debates. We're learning together, right? Yeah, right. Exactly, Nisa. Exactly. Oh, let me read this first. Yeah, as a Sami person, I find it deeply hurtful that some in the Norwegian government tried to say what happened at Falstadt concentration camp wasn't that bad, right? There is nothing that happens at a concentration camp that isn't that bad, right? I think that any kind of hand waving about that is just somebody expressing how much of a giant piece of shit they are. That's how I feel. That's my 2 cents. Anyways, I'm sorry. Government tried to say what happened at Falstadt concentration camp wasn't that bad and that not many people died. The truth is that Sami people, along with others, were harassed, imprisoned, and killed there. Multiple studies show the real numbers, but our suffering is being minimized. We deserve respect, recognition, and honesty about what happened at Falstadt. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with you, Nova Rider. Around the globe, Power says it wasn't that bad no matter where, right? That's something that I have to combat regularly in the classroom is the myth of the good old days. And what Nisa's response is it kind of talks about this idea of the good old days, where the entities in power give you the idea that that first, on one hand, society is a constant progression. It's always getting better. We're always making improvements. And in the light of this, if your life isn't so bad, it's really just it wasn't that bad. It's not really that bad, and it's gonna get better. You're just making a big deal out of nothing. And that thing that happened in history, that wasn't that bad either. Like, and this hand wavy, wasn't that, really does get thrown around. And I think that around the globe, power is going to do this everywhere that it gets the opportunity. And then this is what we see is what is happening to the Sami people and the erosion of their actual sovereignty. What little they had, the erosion of their cultural rights, what little they had, and further dehumanization. And that's there's with Nova Rider's most recent response, there's the clear speaking to the history of what actually happened, right? That's being diminished. But that diminishing now has a further dehumanizing effect right now in the present, right? So it's both, and it's awful in both of those ways. Right. History is more like a roller coaster with inversions, right? Inversions, obfuscations, or blurring the reality, blurring enough of the reality that it hides it. They would have to, my grandma, and grandmother send and died in the camp. So what you're saying is you had family members specifically. You had family members who were sent there and died in the camps, in that the government is still trying to pretend that that didn't happen. Yeah, that's pretty awful. And censorship for when you try to speak out, and that's the same thing, with when it comes to residential schools. Whenever we're trying to talk about the real history of residential schools, there's lots of censoring, right, and a lot of hand waving, that the people are like, well, it's not really that bad, or it wasn't that bad for everybody, or you're making a mountain out of a molehill. No, there were massive human rights, massive systemic wide human rights violations that went on and on and on and on under the nose of governments with the full authority of the governments. Right? It's not so bad. It was really fucking awful, actually, and it was systemically legitimized by the governments in power, and we should be nauseated by that. Yeah, it's white supremacy, exactly, right? Okay. Now, recently there has been back and forth debates from socialists over Burkina Faso banning LGBT rights, and on if China is imperialist. I'm not interested in weighing in on Burkina Faso or China here per se, but in how positions and reactions from much of the left on these cases serve as a litmus test in socialist discourse, and the wider implications this treatment of disposability of marginalized communities and revolutionaries has had on the dissolution of communist movements. Good. That's off to a good start so far. Okay, Nova Rider. I'm sorry that it's so upsetting. I can imagine that this is kind of triggering, so I completely understand. It was great to see you, Nova Rider. Thank you for being here. Again, thank you for sharing with us. We'll see you next time. I hope you have a good rest of your day. As a Maori person, I have experienced firsthand how it feels to be a scapegoat. Most know the right behavior toward us. A few even know the center's behavior. What most don't know is we also have suffered heavily from the left as well, particularly from the bigoted behaviors of Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties. I'm just taking a minute to think if there is if there might be any value in because here you're talking about parties which are all of them, but I would imagine that it's probably also true in groups that are Marxist-Leninists, in groups that are Marxist, in groups that are Leninists, Maoists, right? I bet it happens in a lot of the other groups too, and I'm just trying to think if it would be worth it to say words to that effect, or if this is really gonna encapsulate the idea. In my article, Indigenous Sovereignty is Workers' Liberation, I pointed out one of the most blatant examples was when the trade union leaders and president of the Socialist Union Party, Bill Anderson, who along with other members of the union, called the police on Maori activists in the union over a pamphlet written by Maori woman union members that was criticizing the union for fascism and for benefiting from capitalist exploitation in the Pacific. Yeah, that's no worries. It makes me wonder if that typo is in the original or if it's just in the transfer over. But the sentiment is still there. The minor typo is not that big of a deal. Over the pamphlet written by Maori woman women union members that was criticizing the union for fascism and for benefiting from capitalist exploitation in the Pacific. Another was during the 1981 Springbok Tour protest. The Workers' Communist League leaders viewed Maori activists as a problem because their militancy threatened Pakeha, control of the protest movement. I'm probably saying this wrong. Okay. Paketa? Probably not even a hard P sound either. Paketa. Okay. At the same time, they described Maori radicals as useful only for appropriate moments. Wow. Wow, how fucking dehumanizing is this? Useful for only appropriate moments when violence or confrontation was likely. In other words, when Maori could be pushed to the forefront to take the risks and consequences on behalf of the organization. The WCL were treating us as both dangerous when independent and disposable when useful. Pakeha. Okay. Pakeha. Thank you. Thank you. The thing that's messing with me, or part of it is well, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Behavior of Maori radicals. Yeah, I'll read it. Okay. It means NZ European. Gotcha. Okay. WCL members fear the behavior of Maori radicals, such as that of Patoe or Pote in Palmerston North last Saturday, will undermine their control. The WCL views the Maori radicals as a group to be used at an appropriate time for activities likely to cause unpleasant results they themselves wish to avoid. I gotcha. And this is probably directly taken from, oh, there's no credit given. Probably from some of their literature, the WCL's actual literature, is my guess is where this comes from. Yet another was Ray Nunes of the New Zealand Communist Party. If you were a New Zealander, you might have seen right-wing racists such as Julian Batchelor use the term Maori elite as a way to justify their racist attacks on Maori. However, this rhetoric doesn't start with the right wing. It actually had its genesis from Ray Nunes of the New Zealand Communist Party in his article, The Maori in Prehistory and Today. Wow. And here, this is a clip from that, I'm guessing. Oops, took that. Support for British. Okay. Okay. I'll see the CWL come full circle. Right. Okay. That's what I thought. Support for British and New Zealand colonialism. The Treaty of Waitangi was a legal cover for the robbery and seizure of Maori tribal land. In the 1970s and 80s, there were some Maori who recognized the character of the treaty and agitated against it. Nowadays, the chiefly elite praise it and claim it can be used for Maori benefit. They mean their own. Gotcha. So they participate in official celebrations and dangle the bait of everyone benefiting from a one-off payment to put an end to all Maori claims. This is a recipe for forcing the Maori to accept the rightness of imperialism and all its works. Rhetoric was carried by Chris Trotter, who used to be affiliated with the Workers' Communist League and later was popularized by Don Brash. This myth of Maori as a privileged elite, which flies in the face of all real-world statistics, was popularized by Don Brash in his Orewa speech, but owes a great deal to Chris Trotter. Just trying to keep all the names straight. Ray Nunes, okay. And then Chris Trotter, Don Brash, okay. According to Trotter, the treaty was enlightened colonialism. By the standards of the time, this was extraordinarily generous arrangement, a triumph of missionary zeal and the British Foreign and Colonial Office's liberal optimism. It is still being used by parts of the left, such as the World Socialist website. Wow. Labor justified biculturalism as necessary to reduce social and economic disadvantage, but its real purpose was to establish a privileged Maori elite, with definite interests rooted in the profit system. The aim was to divide the working class along ethnic lines by promoting the view that the problems confronting ordinary Maori can be solved by a return to Maori culture and language. Maori form about 20% of the New Zealand population and are among the most oppressed sections of the working class. Just, I kind of want to go to the primary source and look at the context of this. Like, why would you say this? Why would you be saying this? Right? It's important for me to be clear here. As Indigenous people, we are not immune to class stratification. And those who profit from capitalism at the expense of their own communities should still be held accountable. But framing our iwi leaders as a monolithic Maori elite, as I keep saying Maori elite, is analytically sloppy. I think that's a good way to put it. It's analytically sloppy, to say the least. For one, it disregards the fact that despite iwi collectively holding billions in assets, there has never been a single Maori billionaire. Wealth is distributed across iwi structures rather than concentrated in one individual. Moreover, buying into the narrative of Maori tribe elitism paradoxically supports white supremacy, unequivocally. Hands down, categorically, obviously, yes. Paradoxically supports white supremacy. And that when I'm looking at this, right, I'm just like, why would you say that though? Why who wrote this? Who wrote this? We should not monolize any group. Thank you, Jane. Absolutely. Because monolizing any group is always gonna support white supremacy. It's always going to, when you make a monolith. Yeah. And by extension, class. as it draws attention away from systemic inequalities and toward a racialized internal elite. Right, before I because there's stuff that I want to unpack here, but yeah, okay. It does not look like you're going to unpack the thing that I wanted to unpack. So, yes, this kind of rhetoric does draw attention away from the main point. But it's also internally divisive too. Right? This kind of language, this kind of framing, causes an internal rift too, or rather, it seems like it's seeking to create an internal rift in Maori thought, in their activism, right? It's trying to divide apart the activism, right? Clearly, rather than identifying a distinct group within a big tent coalition that is in need of recognition and in need of being amplified, which should be the case. That should be what's going on. Instead, what this kind of phrasing does is it draws attention to that group to fragment that group specifically, right? It draws those people's attention to themselves in a way which will cause internal strife, right? Which will cause people in the process of going about organizing and advocating for Maori ideals. It will cause those people to look at each other and to point fingers. Right? Who is this? Who are these elites? Who are these people? Right? It's just it is. I mean, but that's the tactics of white supremacy. So I'm not really pointing out any kind of extra nuance. Right? I'm just explicitly putting words to what's already here. Right? I'm unpacking, not really adding. Onto that with my comments, but yes, it's atomizing them. Yes, exactly. Operating under Eurocentric frameworks such as these, the left were easily outmaneuvered by capitalism in the 80s and 90s. Many communist parties naively believed that capitalism would soon collapse if we marginalized people would not rock the boat and wait for capitalism to fall before we struggle for our liberation. Right? That's the liberal talking point. Just keep voting for me. Just keep voting for me and don't rock the boat because you're going to make it hard for me to get elected into office. But keep electing me and I'll do the act of saying, right? Whatever it is that Lib intends to talk about, because I can't imagine that Lib intends to actually do anything. But yeah, when you disregard racism, you forget the dynamics that undermine revolution. You see, when neoliberals. Just gonna get some water real fast. Don't forget to hydrate, chat. When you disregard racism, you forget the dynamics that undermine revolution, you see. When neoliberals neoliberal reforms were being implemented, ethnic minorities became the primary source for labor, the majority of it being situated in the global south. But even in Western countries, the same dynamic was in play. Right. Right. When most people think about South Auckland, they think of poverty, yet South Auckland is New Zealand's industrial heartland. It is characterized by a high concentration of factories, workshops, and warehouses that serve a wide range of industries. While the Union was calling the police on Maori Unionists, the new right had shifted capital's focus away from trying to co-opt organized labor as it had done for so many decades, and instead towards concentrating, I can read, instead towards concentrating production to the global south and within Western working class suburbs with large ethnic minority populations. Yeah. This showed a deep political failure, the inability of the left to grapple with race, and the adaptive violence of capital. Right, both are great critiques. The biggest tragedy is this wasn't inevitable. It was the result of neglecting the voices of those of us most exposed to capitalism's brutality and underestimating the ways in which capital could pivot and exploit those very margins to survive and thrive. The workers' movement undermined itself, having ignored or repressed the very perspectives it could have warned it. Something that I think is worth noting. So, if you'll recall the me responding to Nova Writer's queries earlier in the stream, where Nova Writer had asked about the erosion of public trust and the dismantling of mechanisms within the government because of the shutdown, right? And one of my responses was that we are not actually seeing a dismantling. We're seeing a reordering of power, and that's something that I think is worth pointing out. There's something here that is worth pointing out, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to the words of it. Okay, so okay, the power of the state. The power of the state will adapt for survival. One of the most salient features of powers, when we're talking about power in the Foucaultian sense, one of the most salient features of power itself, right? Divorced from the context of what that power is, what that power does, or the sway it has in society or over people. When we're talking about powers, one of the essential characteristics of power is power seeks to protect and insulate itself. It finds a way to make sure that its own power won't be diminished. Powers which persist because they make a part of their identity a function, and this function involves necessarily seeking out ways to protect and insulate itself so that the power that it has can never be diminished. The reason why I'm on about this is because when we, the left, employs tactics that are effective, what we see is never a diminishing of imperialist or colonial powers. When the left is effective, we never see a diminishing or dismantling of colonial imperialist powers, only a reordering and a restructuring. Now, this doesn't mean that what the left is doing is useless. It causes power to have to shift in some kind of way, which gives us the power. But it's important to recognize that that power, any victory that we get, isn't a victory which diminishes the power of those powers. It only reorients the powers that were there. The powers that were there now have to take on a new form and have to adapt in new ways to what we are doing. Okay, so now with that in context, yes, it's a backlash. That's exactly why. Is because it's always a matter of backlash, and there's always a commiserate response. So with an active in adapting to the violence of capital, we lose power to the power, right? The power doesn't lose any of its power when we are victorious. However, when we fail, we give up mechanisms and vehicles by which we could be successful, right? We diminish our ability. We might not actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we might not actually be diminishing our own power. We would just be pushing that power somewhere else where it's probably now not going to be effectively powerful against the colonial powers, or effectively undermining the colonial powers. So it's, the risks are really high. The stakes are really high for us, in a way that isn't true for the state, in a way that isn't true for imperialism or for colonial powers. Those colonial powers, they have all the cards, they have all the strength, they have all the institutions, and they have manufactured consent of the majority of the people. This is why we don't do anything to diminish their power, because they have all the laws, all the police, all the mechanisms of recourse, so that when we are successful, they just shift some stuff around and the power doesn't diminish. They have the power to just shift things and reorder things and reorient things, right? They have all the power. We don't have that power. We don't have institutions and police and other things which give us the ability to make mistakes and then shift that mistake to some other thing which will also be as effective. When we make a mistake, that thing dies. That thing ceases to be effective. Right? And that's the thing that I'm trying to get across. The state can make mistakes. The colonial powers can make mistakes, and when they do, they have the power to restructure their power. We don't have that power. So when we make mistakes, we lose opportunities. That doesn't necessarily translate into diminished power, but it will translate into less effective power. It's a monopoly on legitimate power, yes, and it really has a lot to do with the manufactured consent. The fact that a whole bunch of people are just going to go along with whatever the state says without question, right? Without any kind of substantive pushback, right? All right, so I think I got that. Right, and this is and really that was a long tangent for me driving home Kayamatara's main point here, right? The main point here, not the main point for the whole thesis. I don't know what. Well, I mean, anyways, just trying to be clear. So, I'm just trying to reinforce that main point, that when we make these mistakes, when we allow racism to interfere with our ability to organize effectively, right? When we marginalize the groups that are within us that are trying to help us, when we marginalize those already marginalized people, we lose avenues for problem solving. Right, and we blind ourselves. This is an epistemological thing, right? The information would have been there had those organizations been epistemologically open to the ideas of the Maori people that they were organizing with, right? That's really where the failing was, largely, right. Okay, so the necessity of embracing dissent. Cool, it sounds like the kind of thing that we talk about here in this stream. Throughout Maori culture, we have an ancestral understanding of dialectics. I go more into depth in this article, but here I'll focus specifically on the dialectic practice manifested within Maori, particularly in the context of critique and decision-making, and an integral part of that many leftist movements are missing. Focus specifically. Yeah. Thank you. Maori is a Maori meeting house. Okay, good. Thank you for that. I was just about to go Google it. Okay. I understand that dialectics might be difficult to understand at first, so here's an analogy to understand it a bit easier. Dialectics is a philosophical concept describing the progression of opposing forces or ideas to create a higher, more comprehensive understanding. It's like building a house. You start with a plan, a thesis. The builder says, that won't work here, antithesis. And after adjustments, you get a design that both stands up and meets your needs, a synthesis. Okay, I like that analogy. That'll work. Hey, William of Orange, welcome in. It's been a long time since I've seen you, William of Orange. That you used to be a regular chatter in here like a long, long time ago. I think I'm thinking of the same person. Yeah, okay, good, yeah. I'm good. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? I'm getting back to streaming. It's great to see you. Since I've been back. Yeah, good to have you. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Um, well, the philosophizing is going relatively well, so far as class stuff, but it's taken up a lot of my time. But so far as the philosophizing on stream, it's also going really well. Since I've been back, I've had a lot of amazing people that popped up in the community who keep showing up to my chat and keep saying smart things to me. So I'm having a really good time. I'm really digging it. But I like this analogy. I think that this works. This works pretty well. I think that this works. This works pretty well. We'll even get Correro, by Correro. However, we understand to have a robust by Correro, we must allow a fundamental part of the dialectic, the antithesis, in mare by Correro, a disagreement is not only allowed, it is encouraged. Yeah, refresh. Yeah, did something go? Did something happen? It crashed on Twitch. Ah, thank you, Kai Matara, for letting me know. What did we miss? I was reading when we crashed. I'll just back it up. Because I'd already done this a while ago. In Mere and other places of Maori Correro, Maori Correro, Maori Correro, discussions and consensus are integral. However, we understand to have a robust Waki Correro, one must allow a fundamental part of the dialectic, the antithesis. One must yeah. We understand to have a robust by Correro, one must allow a fundamental part of the dialectic, the antithesis. You have to allow the antithesis. Antithesis. In Mare, by Correro, disagreement is not only allowed, it is encouraged. A speech without an opposing view is incomplete. Yeah, this is a phrase that you had in the other, in your other article, Kaimatara. Speech without an opposing viewpoint is incomplete. The antithesis that sharpens the thesis, which ends up producing a synthesis that is more durable and respected by the community. Why? Oh. Why Correro? Why Correro? Okay. Marxism-Leninism aims to be the material embodiment of a historical dialectic moving toward communism. However, parties practicing it often hit a theoretical short circuit, I was about to say a short circuit when it comes to the goal. We see this as mentioned earlier with Maori union members having the police called on them by members of the Socialist Unity Party for simply writing a pamphlet calling out racism in the union movement. But we also see it in their behavior to other sects of the revolutionary left and their subsequent suppression, right? And this is not the same, but it is also not different. In the as a trans person, it's very clear to me with whom I can build coalitions because of my transness, because of the way that people talk about trans people and transness, and the casual disregard that I get from the Democratic Party, that I get from liberal movements, that I get from groups who call themselves left, who are perfectly fine leaving me behind, right? And again, this is not the same thing, but also it's not different. As I'm engaging in trying to build coalition with other like-minded people, there are obstacles, and one of the obstacles that I encounter, well, actually, one of the obstacles that I encounter is racism, right? When I see other people or other groups willing to entertain these kinds of ideas, and if you're perpetuating this kind of attitude, this kind of divisiveness, well, I don't want a coalition build with you anyway. But it serves as on one hand a barrier. It serves as a barrier which prevents me from coalition building with certain people. But it also serves as a automatic filtration system. No, that's not as self-selecting. It's it is the case that I don't want to be in those coalitions anyway, right? I am opted out of those groups necessarily by condition of what and who I am. Yes, we need to account for identity politics in every aspect of the workers' movement, and account for all kinds of identity politics, right? We should be concerned about gender oppression. We should be concerned about racism. We should be concerned about these things, and we shouldn't prioritize one over the other. It's necessary that we are rooting out all the forms of oppression. If we are not rooting out all the forms of oppression, we are reinforcing some forms of oppression. And that's necessarily true. If you are not actively, deliberately rooting out all the forms of oppression, you are recreating some of those forms of oppression. Need to count. Oh, okay. I listened to some. It's more like Wai, Komeri. Oh, there you go. There's Kai Matara. Good. Yep, that's pretty much right. Wai Porero. Okay, good. It's okay. It's like by Correro. Right, that because the pH makes the pH makes the oh, wait a minute. Rose and Rose, yeah, okay. Y, not Y. It's okay, we'll get it worked out. By Correro. Not Fai Correro. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's hard to write the pronunciation because when you're giving the pronunciation, sometimes people interpret the characters in different ways, so it's difficult. Yeah, Kai. Yeah, not Ki or Kai, but Kai, right? But in this, it's Pai, Pai Korero, Pai Korero. Yeah. Free Cat Love, welcome back. It's been a while since you popped something in chat. So, actually, since the beginning of stream. So, it's good to see you. I don't know if you were here when I was talking earlier. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. And we've got a lot of people here. Let me give some shout outs. We're gonna do this one first. See if I actually got that one correct this time. Why does that thing not work? Okay, whatever. We'll just do it this way then. And we'll give a shout out for DJ Che as well. That didn't do the shout out either. What's going on? I'm connected to chat. Why are my commands not working? No, there isn't a command. SCL. What happened to that command that I had made for Street Cat Love? And why didn't it actually shout out? Try something. Yeah, something is not right here. Let me try this. Oh, so you have been here the whole time. Right on. Good. Good. It's good. It's good to see you anyway, Street Cat Love. Okay. Yeah, none of my commands are working right now. There's that one. Yeah, it's nothing's actually popping up. That's really weird. Okay, well, I don't have commands. Everybody go follow Street Cat Love because I don't have a way to shout them out. Also, go follow DJ Che. They're a streamer. They're awesome. They're cool. And they rated us earlier. Go follow them. They're awesome. Make sure to follow Street Cat Love if you're not already following Street Cat Love. I don't know what's going on with my commands. When I think that whenever you all effed for that brief moment and you had to refresh on Twitch, I think something. Yeah, actually, now that I'm looking at it, right now my OBS says that I have 0 dropped frames, which is unbelievable. That's unbelievable that I have 0, not 0%, that I have 0 dropped frames. So something isn't tracking correctly. Something's not actually connected. But that's weird because you all are here and you're typing stuff, and you seem to be typing stuff in response to the things that I'm saying. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how this could have gotten so broken. Let me check something. No, this is still connected. I don't know, whatever. Let's just continue without commands. Like you said, I don't need commands. I'll just read. It does sound very emo, doesn't it? I don't know how this has all gotten so broken. Right, let's just roll right on. It's really fine. It's a bummer that we don't have our cool commands and sound alerts, but we'll be okay. All right, let's get to the point, because this is the point, right? Let's get to Kayamatara's point right here. Discussion and consensus are integral. However, we understand to have a robust Fakeroro. I practiced it a bunch. Fakeroro. One must allow a fundamental part of the dialectic and the antithesis. In Mare Faicarero, the disagreement is not only allowed, it is encouraged. A speech without an opposing view is incomplete. The antithesis that sharpens the thesis, which ends up producing a synthesis that is more durable and respectable by the community. Respected. Marxist-Leninism aims to be the material embodiment of a historical dialectic moving towards communism. However, parties practicing it often hit a rhetorical short circuit when it comes to that goal. We see this, as mentioned earlier, in the Maori Union members having the police called on them by members of the Socialist Unity Party for simply writing a pamphlet calling out racism in the union movement, but we also see it in the behaviors to other sects of the revolutionary left and the subsequent suppression. Okay, and I had already read that, but I was just reading it again. Historical vigilance against outside threats explains some of this behavior. Communist parties faced surveillance and violence repression. However, turning defensive energy inward against fellow radicals and oppressed people was a tragic misdirection. Yes, I agree. It protected party structures in the short term, but undermined long-term survival. And I think that this is really very true, very accurate, and a good point for bringing up. But also, it's worth pointing out that it protected those party structures in the short term, but those party structures themselves have not endured. They're not still around. They have been re-envisioned and re-envisioned and re-envisioned and re-envisioned a million other times. And in a lot of the re-envisionings, it still has the inherent racism and sexism and the other things that we're trying to be critical about. Our Maori stands strong despite suppression from outside, including literal firebombings, because the internal structure is strong and avoids stagnation. Right, good. I want you to imagine a vaccine as the antithesis, the body as the thesis, and a healthier immune system as the synthesis. I like this analogy a lot better than the house building analogy. The house building one works, but this one slaps. This one is fire. Marxism, Leninism, if one is so aligned, here is the body. Now, one could purge all germs and refuse vaccines. But this doesn't make the body stronger, it makes it weaker. This analogy is just fantastic from top to bottom, actually. This is great. It replaces its healthy antithesis with an unhealthy and far more powerful and damaging one, right? And here we've got the vaccines, non-Marxist, Leninist, leftists, and the damaging one is the capitalism or more virus. I think that really holds up very well. If parts of the revolutionary left succeeds in expelling or silencing its left-wing critics, it does not abolish the need for an antithesis. It replaces it with a worse one. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does the dialectic. And this is a good point, too. It will do the dialectic, right? The dialectic happens regardless of whether or not you are paying attention and are feeding good, helpful, productive things into that synthesis. Nature will do the dialectic. You don't abolish capitalism when you dispose of dissenting voices from the left, you strengthen it. Yeah, 100% agree with this. I have myself experienced the importance of the necessity of antithesis in discourse, antithesis in discourse. 5 months ago, I wrote an article called The Cultural Void of Marxism and European Anarchism. It's another one that I want to read. And I claimed indigenous societies who still embodied the communal values, indigenous societies who still embodied the communal values Marx idealized. Marx dismissed them as primitive and placed them at the start of a universal historical ladder. Okay. Okay, gotcha. This was an insufficient analysis, however, as I had not paid as much attention to Marx's later work that contradicted my statement. Okay. In the ethnological notebooks, Karl Marx directly rebutted Lubbock's The Origin of Civilization and the Primitive Condition. Lubbock's wrote, indeed, the savage who worships an animal or a tree would see no absurdity in worshipping a man. And Marx responded, as if the civilized Englishman did not worship the Queen, right, or Mr. Gladstone, right. That's pretty good retort. Here he is launching a sort of a short but scathing critique at Lubbock and the colonial system at the time, saying, you look down on so-called savages for worshipping trees and animals, but you are no different, right? And that's the conversation I had on stream last stream and the stream before that, where I was calling out the hypocrisy of a lot of Western beliefs and Western ideals as being no less absurd than whatever people in the West point and look over at other people for doing other things that they think are absurd and ridiculous. People in the West hold absolutely unbelievable, absurd beliefs all the time. And they're just not cognizant of their own dissonance with regard to what they worship and how they worship. I realize now that in my article, my analysis was insufficient. Marx's sarcastic rebuttal to Lubbock showed me that, at least in his later life, he was criticizing ethnocentric assumptions rather than uncritically placing these societies at the start of a historical ladder. Okay. His reaction was reasonable too. After all, one who worships the trees has a logic that is more consistent and less hypocritical than that of the civilized Englishman. The civilized society is a very strong safeguard against the full-blown alienation of man worship that civilization creates. After all, what is closer to you, the queen or a tree? Right? And that's very similar to the diatribe that I went on again on last stream when I was talking about worship of trees makes sense because people's direct survival can be intimately correlated with the tree. An individual's direct survival is not necessarily correlated to the leader or the president or the king or whatever ruling system is over and above them. There might be some relationship, but with the tree, there is a direct relationship. There is an obvious direct relationship that is tying the tree to survival. Therefore, there's some reasonable reason that we might consider this thing to be worthy of at least reverence, right? At very least, worthy of at least reverence. if not worthy of worship, right? Something that is tied to your ability to survive the world. The government is not doing that for you. The government is, the king, President Trump is not doing that for you. Right? But here in the West, here in America, people are literally worshiping Donald Trump. Like a fucking religion. Right? And to use the analogy that I was talking about on last stream, right? The student that's in my class that looks at people in North Korea and says those people are irrational because they believe that Kim Jong-un is a deity, right? And I point to the student and go, there are beliefs that you as an American hold that are no less absurd than that. There are beliefs that you hold. The whole rest of the world thinks it's absolutely wild that you are completely fine with your government not giving you health care, even though that's what governments are supposed to do according to everybody else, right? You believe things that are no less absurd, right? I could not have come to this realization if my work had not been critiqued by people such as Ryan Ward of Free Market Moralism and Kevin Thomas of Marx and Friends. I'll have to check those out. I could have easily blocked or ignored the people critiquing my work. However, that would require me to think that my analysis was the absolute truth, not allowing me to develop my knowledge to a stronger point in keeping me in stagnation. And this is another really good way to illustrate that dialectical point. Good. I love that the same concept is reinforced and re-explained in a whole bunch of different ways and placed in different context so that it can't be missed, right? And the repetition is really helpful, and the way that it's repeatedly used in different ways is also very helpful. If I had believed that I had held the absolute truth, then I would have abandoned the fundamentals of dialectics, namely development, a purge to avoid the antithesis approach to dialectics, a purge to avoid the antithesis approach to dialectics that historical and modern leftists can have, functions like a type of political eugenics. Ooh. I mean, literally, it functions like a type of political eugenics, but also literally kind of is. But this is the better way to phrase it. Functions like, that's the better way to phrase it. In purging opposition, it creates a brittle, self-enclosed structure unable to adapt, where eugenics narrows the gene pool until fragility sets in. Political purges narrow the revolutionary pool until collapse becomes inevitable. I think that this, you all can't see that. I think that this is a very, very, very powerful point. All of the points are powerful, but like when I'm thinking of your average white leftist, and the kinds of takeaways that are really going to resonate with your typical white leftist that still has a hard time seeing race and seeing gender and seeing all of these colonial influences materially. Marxist, Leninist projects are insular in practice. Yes, and that is a very good point, Jane. One that I often don't think about very much is that they have a tendency to avoid trying to work with other kinds of people. That often they don't want to talk with or work with anarchists or with regular Marxists or with with anybody else, right? That they think that they alone have some kind of absolute truth, right? And that's what I'm constantly on about, right? This idea that any one of us has access to real truth is foolish, right? For us to have truth, we have to come together and negotiate what that is. For any of us to have truth, we have to come together and work together to negotiate what that truth is. Nobody just has it. And anybody that believes that they just have it is absolutely wrong. Right? Is absolutely fooling themselves. Good. Marxist organizations themselves have recognized this. The Bay Area Socialist Organization Committee noted that by insisting on monolithic unity seen in many democratic centrist structures, many communist parties denied the universality of contradiction, except within communist parties. Right, they argue that this suffocates dialectical debate, driving out the most capable members and leading to sterile dogmatism. In other words, democratic centralism often abandons dialectics in practice, replacing it with bureaucratic repetition. I really hadn't thought about this aspect of it. I really hadn't thought about this aspect, but this is also self-selectively true. The most capable members will see that their efforts are a waste of time there. Right? The most astute, the most aware, the most materially in tune of those who are participating are going to look at the structure and go, there's nothing productive I can do here. I'd better move on to somewhere else. Good point. The colonial critic, the anarchist, and other left-wing dissenters create a productive conflict. The synthesis of a Marxist thesis and an anarchist antithesis has the potential to become a richer and more robust form of communism. For example, a synthesis might incorporate Marxist class analysis while adapting anarchist prefigurative politics and horizontal organizing models. You're starting to sound like me, Kayamatara. You're starting to sound that sounds like something I would say. You've probably been saying it for a while. We just happen to think very much alike. But when the dialectic within the movement gets purged, it leads to stagnation, which leaves a stagnated body going up against a far stronger and far more dominant. This you put this in chat too. Now that I'm thinking about it, I remember you saying that you put some of your words from this article in chat the other day. I think that's been 2 weeks ago now. This is ringing a bell. A synthesis might incorporate Marxist class analysis while adopting anarchist prefigurative politics. And when the dialectic within the movement gets purged, it leads to stagnation, which leaves a stagnated body going up against a far stronger, far more dominant antithesis, liberalism. And a synthesis with liberalism inevitably leads to revision. Yep. Right. The progressive trend has always and necessarily, the progressive trend was always and necessarily entangled with its opposite. Marx was not a prophet. He came extraordinarily close to the correct line because of his profound grasp on dialectics. What we should truly learn from him, or Lenin, or Rosa Luxemburg, or any other revolutionary communist figure is not the orthodoxy itself, but the dialectic method adapted to our conditions. With colonial critics, anarchists, and other leftists present and and appreciated even in their dissent. The dialectic stays internal to the revolutionary project with present, I gotcha, with colonial critics, anarchists, and other leftists present and appreciated even in their dissent. The dialectic stays internal to the revolutionary project. If the revolutionary left in New Zealand and the wider West hadn't brushed aside or treated us indigenous people or other revolutionaries as disposable and allowed our antithesis, perhaps the communist movement, perhaps the communist movement, or at least the union movement, would have survived the neoliberal counter-revolution. Something about the phrasing here is a little bit unwieldy. I can't really figure out what it is or how to fix it, but something about this is a little bit unwieldy. There needs to be another comma here after this antithesis. That's not the best way to fix it, but that's the only way that I can think to fix it. To make it a little bit, to make the flow a little bit easier. Perhaps production wouldn't have been maneuvered to the global south because we would have been prepared. Right, and I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment. You're absolutely 100% right. It's just that's the way that it's phrased is a little bit awkward. I talked about the Workers' Communist League earlier. We're about to do that full circle thing that you were talking about. Eventually, WCL dissolved and formed Left Currents. After forming Left Currents, they reflected on how harmful Communist Party's own behavior had been to the communist movement. So much so that they chose to abandon the word communist entirely. Interesting. We acknowledge the progressive contribution of the liberation trend within the communist movement and of Marxism to social liberation. These contribute to us and to liberation movements generally. However, we believe the word communist is not suitable as a definition of our political program and practical work because the word communist has negative associations with monopolistic, patriarchal, over-hierarchic, racist and or nationalist, chauvinist, and environmentally exploitative actions of communist parties in power and many communist groups. The word communist does not incorporate other key aspects of our policy, i.e. the equal importance of liberation from patriarchy and the struggle of Maori self-determination. And I'm not going to read all of this. This is just reifying what you're stating here, right? This was not inevitable for communism to have these associations, but it will repeat if the left does not acknowledge that they keep repeating these mistakes. Our liberation as marginalized people is not to be put on the back burner for the sake of your revolution. It is fundamental to it, and perspectives that are not your own specific sect of the left can be immensely valuable. If socialism is to be scientific, it cannot be reduced to dogma. Nice. Right. Good. Lots of fantastic points. Lots of fantastic points here. WTF. WTF to which part? it's just, again, I just don't get why you would use this language. How somebody who is supposed to be a communist, a prominent member of the communist of a national communist party, right? Like, why would you use this language? What are you doing? Well, I mean, I guess let me actually back up a little bit. Because I too make mistakes. And the mistakes that I make, I'm sure, are obvious to other people. So, while I am being critical of this person and these people and the tendency for these kinds of attitudes to still end up in the left and in leftist movements, I think that it's also valuable for me, right? This is, I'm trying to move away from that dehumanizing habit, rather than just going, oh, those foolish people who call themselves leftists are making obvious mistakes. Rather than me just doing that, right? This is what I should be doing. Is I should be making sure that I am avoiding these kinds of mistakes, right? It's not, there is no value to pointing out what others have done wrong for the sake of pointing out what they've done wrong, right? For making them out to be bad guys. Pointing out things that others have done wrong needs to be a mechanism by which I analyze myself and my own material conditions so that I can try to avoid those problems, those mistakes, these problems and these mistakes. I need to be looking at this and then turning it inward, right? Not pointing out and saying, oh, those foolish people there, right? This is, I need to make sure that I'm not being foolish. Betrayal of what Marx originally thought. Yes, absolutely, Jane. And this is something that we keep coming back to, is that Marx never intended for Marxism to be a dogma, explicitly. Right? And we need to stop treating it like it is. Or we need to stop allowing others to treat it like it is. But here's where there's the words. The question is the next step, right? That what I'm working about, when I'm stumbling over my words that I'm stumbling over right now, I'm thinking about the next steps. I'm thinking about where we go from here. And I don't know that it's appropriate for us, any of us here, or any of us leftists anywhere, to go around to spaces, to places where people are, right, we don't, if you try to go to a Marxist-Leninist community and you were to try to explain to those people, right, if you were to say, hey, you're all doing it wrong, what you will be met with is antagonism. What you will be doing is you will be engaging in a process that will result in alienation, that those people will not want to work with you, right? That they will push you away. So what do we do, right? How do we go about resolving these conflicts? How do we go about? I mean, the answer is to be in the right places and to engage in conversations with people who will take your criticisms seriously and openly and as an opportunity for them to grow and learn, right? That's the solution, but it's also kind of not a satisfying solution. And this leads me back to something that I used to spend a lot of time championing this certain kind of idea that that we should try to be attracting people that are that think like us, rather than going around telling other people why they're wrong for not thinking like us. But there's just so many limitations to being confined to only being able to have these productive kind of conversations in certain kinds of spaces, right? We should be able to expand the conversation and take the conversation out into other places so that we can have those conversations there too. And I just don't know how we bridge that gap, how we get from being in spaces where we practice, like this is a good example of a kind of space where, rather than us all insisting that we all agree, we come to this space and understand that our disagreements help us all learn and grow. And all of us keep coming back because these disagreements that we have help us grow and learn, right? So, but how do we take that elsewhere? How do we take that? How do we sell that package? For a lack of a better phrase. Yeah, and that's the thing. There does seem to be some very fine lines, because I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste my breath. I only have so much time and energy. And I struggle with the time and energy I have as it is, right? So if I'm going to be also trying to champion some kind of idea or take other things to other spaces, and if that's gonna not be productive, I need to find other more productive ways to spend my time. We need to induce a consensus or synthesis somehow. And that's, I think that there are spaces that are primed, that now that I've been thinking about this and mulling it over, I think that there are spaces that are primed for starting this kind of conversation. Maybe. But there's so much nuance. There's a lot of danger too, actually, with this kind of yeah, danger is the right word. There is a danger. I was like, well, maybe that's kind of a harsh word, but it is a real danger. So, hey, what's going on? Trash Mancer, good to see you. What we risk, the danger that we might be up against, in this endeavor to take this elsewhere, is that we might be seen or misunderstood as perpetuating the myth of intolerance, right? This paradoxical idea where for us to work together, we have to tolerate everyone and we have to be tolerant of everyone's ideas. And this this mindset is wrong, that for us to be productive, we need to tolerate all ideas. We don't need to entertain the ideas of the fascist or entertain the ideas of the Nazi. And we need to make that explicitly clear. But there's right there. But what we are talking about is being able to have a space that is able to encourage dissenting ideas. That's not the same as allowing the ideas of fascists and allowing the ideas of Nazis to go unchecked, right? So there is a nuance, and I believe everybody here in this chat understands the nuance that those things are different. But there's a danger, and the danger, I believe, is in part that when we try to share this, when we try to expand this, when we try to grow this idea that other leftists ought to be more open and receptive to competing ideas, that what will be heard is that we're promoting the myth of tolerance, right? The idea that we need to tolerate everybody's viewpoint, which is not the same thing, right? That's not at all the same thing. It's going to be a mountain summit of a task. Yeah, Herculean task for sure. Need to entertain ideas to know when we are definitely talking to a fascist or Nazi. That's fair, Nisa. That is a very astute pushback. And we need our spaces to be the kinds of spaces that can, right, that really does make sense. That the kind of spaces where people can come in and say those things so that we can identify them as such, right? Actually, I think that is a very astute pushback, Nisa. We need common interest to build off of. And so Jane, the word that I used to use is totems. I used to go around saying that we on the left should be in the practice of building totems around which we will organize. And if other people don't want to organize around those totems, they should leave, right? When I was trying to come up with the themes for this channel, right? That's what I had in mind. That that we're concerned with food sovereignty and housing for all and access to Medicare and LandBack and anti-racist gender liberation, right? These were totems around which we can build our movement. And anybody who can't stand around those totems, they see themselves out. If you cannot agree to these basic things that we are all getting around, bye. Right? And I think that there is some value to this idea. I'm just not sure how valuable or useful this totem, that particular word or term is for the coalescence of ideas, because that's really what we're concerned with is that when we build coalition with others, that they are on board with all of those same things. And if they're not on board with those same things, well, we can't work together, actually. Do ask toot. I do ask toot daily. That's good. That's a good one. Don't know if we need to sort of feel a collective consensus kind of party if we talking politics, but start it with a defined seed. So when as people engage, they are more likely to follow the fold or go away. And that's yes, exactly, Trash. That's kind of the idea that I was on about. Yeah. Yes. Right after my next article, which is about a history between Maori and Palestinians, I'm going to write another philosophical article called "The Right Can't Be Political," using Rankier's disagreement and Marxist abolish the current state of things equally, and why it is true that liberals and conservatives condone political violence because they don't practice political violence. They practice police violence. Aha! No, I got what you're on about. Welcome in, Lon Rick Owen, excuse me. Welcome in. It's good to have you. You should probably define the terms and come up with criteria to determine if someone actually is a fascist or a Nazi. Right. That would be right. A good start, I guess. Anti-tyranny, anti-oppression, and anti-authoritarianism are what I would use as common interests. But we don't need to come up with strict criteria, really, for defining fascist or Nazi, right? In fact, it would be more beneficial to have loose criteria. Like, for example, if we take fascism from Umberto Eco, rather than Umberto Eco trying to come up with a concise definition that always fits all situations, Umberto Eco gives us 11. It's the 11 characteristics. I can't remember how many characteristics there are. I teach it. You think I would remember? But we get these characteristics, and as Umberto Eco explains, it wouldn't be necessary for any group or any individual to check mark off all of those boxes, all of those criteria. Any one, right? If they meet any one of those criteria outlined in Umberto Eco's on fascism, we have reason to be concerned. We have reason to identify them as fascist. Chat's really blowing up fast now. That would be something you'd have in common with libertarians and socialists. Might not like that. You ever see my old SCI club set rules? Wait, what? SCI club set rule set? No, I'm not sure. Trash that I have seen those. Hey, welcome in, Zugosh Villain. It's good to see you. For me, it's important not to conflate unity between aligned movements with suffering all vaguely similar movements and views under one roof and expecting them to function as one. Right. No, I completely agree with that too, Zugosh Villain. There are a lot of disadvantages to trying to build too big a tent, right? Or to operate from too large of a platform. Because that kind of thinking diminishes our ability to employ a diversity of tactics, which is what we need to do. We need to be employing all of the tactics, not a set of tactics, all of the tactics, right? But if the definition isn't accurate, then you could wind up accusing people of being fascist when they're not. Well, that's not something I'm concerned with, Lon Rick Owen. I'm not concerned with accusing people of being fascist when those people are not fascist. If they are not fascist, they don't have to defend themselves to me. Their actions and their words and what they are doing will demonstrate that they are not. And if they are doing something which might get them classified as a fascist, then I have reason to be suspicious about what they're doing. Right? Regardless. Period. If they're doing something which we would attribute to being even ballpark aligned with being a fascist, that's something of concern. And that is something that we need to look at and address, right? even more the reason, a posteriori, actually, rather than that argument being a reason not to have a strict definition of fascism. That reason is all the more reason not to have a specifically strict and clearly defined definition of fascism. Politics is about changing who gets a say and who counts. The police order, on the other hand, keeps people in their assigned roles. It cannot be political because politics happen only. I got you. You're continuing your thought from above. Right, gotcha. It cannot be political because politics happens only when people change the system itself. Well, right. That politics only happen when there is a direct relationship between the people and the governance, which we don't have. Which we don't have. A dictatorship shows this clearly. It's not undemocratic just because one single person rules, but because it blocks any real chance to challenge the system. Right, exactly. I was trying to design something that fostered a healthy environment for community communication. You had sent me Society for Creative Individuals. Okay. You and I were having a back and forth on Discord, and you sent me a bunch of stuff about rules and procedures, but I thought that we were talking about a different set. Hey, welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid. A Difficult Truth. It's fantastic to see you. My commands are not working right now, so I cannot shout out A Difficult Truth. But everyone here, if you're not already following A Difficult Truth, please go follow them. They are fantastic. I love the way that they cover the news. Because they cover the news in a way that I wish I could. I wish that I could keep an even tone and not yell and not shake my fist and not and not lose my shit. So I really appreciate EDT. They do a really good job of bringing news. And I really appreciate this awesome raid. For those of you who do not know me, I'm waxing_philosophical. I talk about philosophy from a leftist perspective, like as in real leftist, not pretend left, not like Mike from PA leftist, like a real leftist. If that's the kind of thing that you're interested in, if you're interested in getting into political theory, or if you're interested in getting into philosophical theory, this is the place. Welcome in. Feel free to jump into the conversation. Maybe sociocracy, maybe not. I like that organization system though, of sociocracy, right? But even though Biden says political violence is not acceptable, they aren't actually hypocritical because they almost never do politics. Yes, they can say political violence is not acceptable and not be hypocritical, despite the fact that what they do is actually accomplishing real-world violence. Very astute, Kaimatara. I think that there's a lot more to be unpacked here, to be sure. And this is, not just Biden, right, but Dems in general, and the Democratic Party in general. And I really like the way that you're using the police in the situation, right? That you have the politickers and the effect that they have on the political system, and that much of the functionality is actually maintained by this other entity, the police. That much of the function is maintained by the police, because the reason why we can't just seize the means of production is because the police exist. The reason why we can't get the kind of change in politics, in electoral politics that we would like to see, is because of the police. Because when we dissent, the people in power send police to brutalize us. until we stop dissenting. That's the system that we're in now. We live in a police state where none of us have any kind of democratic power and none of us have any real First Amendment rights to peaceably assemble and to discuss our grievances. Because when we do that, they send police to brutalize us. And they will every single time. Which is why politics is a misnomer when we're talking about political participation. Right. There's an awful lot. After you spend more time hammering this out in a formal essay, I think that there's going to be a lot more depth and a lot more stuff to unpack there. They are an occupying army. Yes, the police are an occupying army which prevent the people from being in control of the levers of government. That's what the police are. That's what the police do. I've talked about the function of policing, what the function of policing is and what it does. It does two things and only two things. Protects capital and insulates those in charge from accountability. That's what police do. That's what they do. Now, if an individual police officer helps a cat out of the tree or helps you across the street, that doesn't make any difference about what policing is or does, right? All cops are bad because what cops do is they protect capital and they insulate those in power from accountability. Those are evil things. Both of those things are evil things. Because by protecting capital, they are preventing us from having rights to our needs. You have a natural right. If you believe in rights at all and that those rights are informed by the natural world, by states of affairs in the natural world, as Hobbes and Locke and Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau would have argued. If you believe that rights are informed by nature in any meaningful way, you have all of your rights are mediated. Rather than you having the right to life, you having the right to food, you having the right to shelter, you don't have any of those rights. Because police stand in the way of you being able to occupy space that some landlord owns. Police stand in the way from you being able to go to a grocery store and get your food, or go to somebody's farm and get the food from there. Police prevent you from growing your own food, or from harvesting collecting your own rainwater so that you can take care of your own rainwater. Police prevent you from having rights. That's the function of police, is to prevent you from access to the natural rights that you as a natural being in a natural world naturally have. You ought to have the right to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, but that would include that you can be in a place without having to pay rent. It would include that you can get your own food without having to pay somebody for it. It would mean that you could get access to medical care without having to pay somebody for it. Because if you have to pay for it and you can't afford it, you don't have that right. And the police will prevent you from getting that right. That's what they do. That's why they're here. That's why the people in power won't let you talk about how bad cops are. They are the hard counter to self-determination. Right. And to make this even more explicit, because this is absolutely right, but to make this even more explicit, and this is something that I've talked about a few times before, you should have the right to police your own community. but you don't. If somebody were to let's just think about this, right? If any of you who are parents, if somebody does bodily harm to your child, you are supposed to call the police, who will supposedly do something about that. You cannot take matters into your own hands. You cannot seek your own mechanism of recourse. That's called appealing to self-help, and it is against the law. Police will come and arrest you for trying to do something about that some other human has done bodily harm to your child. You are not allowed to police your own space. You are not allowed to police your own environment, to be a critical thinking decision maker in your own community and in your own society about how we deal with people who abuse children. You're not allowed to be part of that process. There is no justice, because whenever injustice is done to any one of us, none of us have recourse by which we can accomplish justness. We must appeal to some third-party arbiter who is going to impose some kind of justness on us. And it won't be just. It never has been. We don't have a justice system. I'll also be pointing out that the difference between the left and the right are equality versus hierarchy. And because politics requires challenging the hierarchy and conservatives seek to conserve the hierarchy, they can never be political. Oh. Huh. In this statement too, earlier I pushed back on something that somebody else said, and I can't remember who it was or what they said, but they had also used equality, and I pushed back on that, and I said that equity, that the distribution of power, when Jane was talking about freedom and liberty, was that we all have an expanded amount of freedom and liberty, that it was an equal amount. And I pushed back and said equitable is probably a better fit. And I think that equity might be a better fit here too. But it depends on what you're trying to say about the left. Right? If you're talking about Democrats, then no. But if you're talking about the left, then maybe. Because it's about equity. Not equal access, but equitable access. Not equal resources. Right? We understand that we have differing needs. We don't want equal resources, because equal resources will not meet our needs. We want an equitable distribution of resources, right? That distinction is I think, kind of important in a lot of ways. Moderates aren't as realistic as they think. Yeah, facts. Being a moderate is like claiming you don't have an accent. Everyone has one, but only people who never had their accent challenged think they speak normally. Yes. Yeah, that's very true. The other thing that I've noticed, and this is, I'm not original in this, is that a lot of people who call themselves centrists really are people who just like to argue. They're really on the right, and they are really conservative in their values, and they're very conservative in what they're advocating for. They just like to argue with some people on the right too. Right? That's what I've found, is that people that call themselves centrist are usually on the right. They're usually right of center, actually, globally speaking, politically speaking, on a global scale. But people who call themselves centrist usually aren't. They're usually on the right, almost always on the right, and because of what you're saying here, they never challenge their own ideas in a real way. They only challenge their ideas against straw men, which, when it comes to politics, most, well, back up a little bit. Facts. To be fair, a lot of people that think they're on the left are also actually on the right. Yes, especially here in the United States, right? AOC, perfect example. AOC is not even close to left, and not even really center. AOC is left-right. So far as the right spectrum goes, AOC isn't right, she's left-right. AOC is left-right. Bernie is just barely left of her and is really kind of more of a centrist. On a global scale, thinking about politics globally, Bernie is right. Bernie Sanders is far right of most people who are actually centrists, globally speaking. AOC doesn't think she's left. She knows she's, actually true. Which makes her a grifter. And the first 2 years she was in office, the first 2 years she was in office, I would have had a hard time calling her a grifter. I would have called her ineffective, inexperienced, or fighting against the system that she doesn't know how to control yet. But after the 2-year mark, when rather than doubling down on the initiatives that got her elected into office, none of which she got accomplished, rather than doubling down on those things that her constituents wanted when they put her in office in the first place, she just turned. She just said, you know what, I'm not going to be lockstep Democrat, but I'm going to be pretty close. I just want folks to know, who know, to still not capitulate. Like, oh, it's fine because look at all the stuff right. No, I think that's fair too. I think that's absolutely fair and a good point. For equality, I mean that the abolishing of the hierarchy, I look at it like this. Equity, well, that's true, as antithetical to hierarchy, right? Equity can only ever be the process to the goal of equality. Kind of like how you need to go through space to land on the moon. Equity is a process to abolish the hierarchy, while equality is what happens when it's abolished. I think I'll push back a little bit on that. Because we like disagreement here. If you are not yet familiar with Rawls's distributive paradigm, maybe we should talk about Rawls's distributive paradigm. Though now let me preface this real quick. Rawls, and it's so in Rawls's distributive paradigm, we've got two principles. Yes, two principles that are pushing towards a particular goal. one particular goal. And the particular goal towards which we are pushing is that the least off, that whoever is least advantaged, that the person in the least advantaged spot is the most advantaged that they possibly could be. And that any inequalities are to meet certain, hold on. Nabbit, I thought I was going to be able to do it off the top of my head. I don't teach it in philosophy in my ethics course anymore. I used to teach the distributive paradigm in ethics. Now it just comes up. It's something that's kind of an aside. I talk about it a little bit, but I don't spend a lot of time teaching it. Okay, good. Put this over here. Let's go over here. Get rid of this. And hey, there we go. Right, so. Right, good. It's the front of the lecture. Right, so nope, it's 3. No, these are the 3 goals, right? These are the three mechanisms for establishing a well-ordered society. That's not really important. Begins with the organizing idea of society as a fair system of cooperation between free and equal persons. All right, so these are the no, that's still just background. That's the original position. Okay. These are the 2 principles. So these are the 2 principles of Rawls's distributive paradigm. Each person has the same indefeasible claim to a fully adequate scheme of equal basic liberties, which scheme is compatible with the same scheme of liberties for all. So this is very similar to Immanuel Kant's argument for rights. Any right that I have cannot interfere with the rights of others categorically, because if what I want to do interferes with the rights of others, it can't be a right. So I can know what can be a right I'm entitled to if I can have that right and everybody else can have that right, and there's no paradox. Like we all have the right to life, and my right to life does not interfere with the rights to life that somebody else has, right? Those things are in no way forming any kind of conflict. A right to property might form a conflict, because if I have a right to property that somebody else has, right, or if somebody else has a property but I have a right to the property, right, when we're talking about property, this universal component breaks down. Property's not the kind of thing that can be shared among all of us. We can all live together safely, and us living together safely doesn't compromise the us living together safely of other people's, right? No paradox there. Owning property forms a paradox. Doing harm to others obviously forms a paradox. Interfering with the freedoms of others obviously forms a paradox, right? I can't interfere with the freedoms of others without also leaving myself open to my freedoms being interfered with. And my so doing negates this freedom in the first place, that this would undermine itself. And so there's this universal relationship here. Social and economic inequalities are to satisfy 2 conditions. So I know it's a little bit confusing. The first one's a principle. The second one is a principle, and that principle comes with two conditions. Right. So social economic inequalities are to satisfy two conditions. First, they are to be attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. And second, they are to be the greatest benefit of the least advantaged members of society. Right. This. Let me just go to. Let me get to the point. This is the point. Is that well, it's a shitty lib example, but I'm going to use it anyway. So if we consider these distributions, and this is actually from Rawls's book on the distributive paradigm, Justice and the Politics of Difference is not the right one. Politics of Difference is young. Justice is Fairness in the book. Justice as Fairness by John Rawls. In this book, this is the example that's used, and it is actually a real world example. It is representative of a real world example, anyways. So these distributions represent three alternative constitutions for India. So this is a lib example, and that it's economically based, right? That it's so economically based, and we're only concerned with quantifiable goods rather than freedoms and the distribution of education and the distribution of healthcare, right? This isn't going to capture all of that. There's lots of critiques to have about Rawls, but I think that this does help illustrate how sometimes equality is not actually better for everyone. And in this case, if we are looking for equality, we would go with the first option, right? That everyone is going to be equal. But the expected outcome, the total expected outcome, is going to be lower. The expected outcome will be lower in this situation than in literally every other situation. If we pick a different economic construction that favors those who had been previously disadvantaged, then we have a lower expected utility than this option. So in this option, this is what Rawls's distributive paradigm would pick. And it's because the least off, this 115, is better off than any other lower amount, right? So in the first one, no one is least off. They're both equally the same. But in this distribution, the British are worse off at 110, and in this distribution, the Indians are worse off at 115. But still higher off, better off than the worst off would be in any other situation. Right, and this is really not doing a great job of expressing the idea. But there are lots of economic systems or situations in which equal distribution, rather than being good, ends up with a worse off outcome than an equitable distribution that is concerned with difference, that recognizes difference as not necessarily bad. And that's right. That's my point, my pushback specifically to you in regard to in regard to this would be, I think that having equality as the end goal misses important differences among and between us. I believe that what each of us want is different, and that a telos, I haven't talked much about telos, but I believe that a telos directed towards equality will might make certain mistakes in trying to find the most just outcome in a situation. Right. Well, and I'll leave it there because first off, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to offer some difference and some pushback. But I would be fascinated to hear what you have to say about it later. By all means, take your time. Check out Rawls's distributive paradigm. And I will again go ahead and admit that there's lots of critiques to be had about against Rawls's distributive paradigm. But I think that I agree with Rawls that sometimes inequality produces a more just, a more fair, a more just situation than equality necessarily. Is going to be my pushback. Good. I bet there's only probably a better example than there's probably a better example. Yeah. And that's it. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I'm positive that there is one, but I'm not sure what it is. Because of the problem that I've mentioned before. I learned about Rawls's distributive paradigm in my undergraduate. That was 20 years ago, right? And since then, I've been exposed to Rawls in a number of situations, but in all of those situations, I've had to go out of my way to find Rawls, right? I've had to go out of my way to find anybody that's talking about it or anyone that's critiquing it. So there are probably more contemporary renditions of Rawls's distributive paradigm, which aren't so economically driven, that aren't so lib, right? Probably from a capitalist too. Yes, and that's the thing. My biggest critique. So when it comes to Rawls, in the spectrum of social and political philosophy, if you are going to argue in any direction, either right or left, you have to begin from Rawls. With our current academic standing of how we view rights and how we view these different systems, the starting point for literally everyone, no matter which direction you would like to go, is always Rawls. You have to begin from Rawls because that's just where everybody else in modern day politics is, so far as I'm aware of with the social and political philosophies that are out there. And Rawls himself is a problematic character, is wildly problematic in a lot of ways, and that that his example is both very pro-capitalism and very liberal is should be the alarm bells for everybody, right? And what I was gonna say, what I started to say, and I got distracted, was that when political philosophers are thinking about going left, leaning left, they are thinking about leaning left because of Rawls, right? Left of Rawls because of Rawls, because Rawls is a lib capitalist. So if you want a social and political analysis that isn't capitalist and lib, you have to go left of Rawls, right? So this makes my stance more clear to me. Equality is the outcome of abolishing hierarchies of material and authoritative power. Right. Well, it doesn't make it really any less clear, but also not more clear. I appreciate the nuance, but that's still kind of what I thought you had meant in the first place. But you know, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm just like, I don't know. Am I on a hill that's not worth defending, or really more? I think that there's a lot more to be unpacked about what each of us mean. I would imagine that after reading your most recent post, I suspect that we probably disagree less than we realize, is what I am beginning to think. But that there's gonna be some at some point, one of us is going to be playing a language game where there's a sharp deviation, and it's not a sharp deviation in values, it's a deviation in language, in what we mean by the terms that we're using, is what I suspect is probably going on, which is fantastic. That means that there's a lot of stuff there to unpack that you and I get to work on nuancing out in real time. But see, and that's Matt, what Matt said here is making me think about it. Am I on a hill that's worth defending at all? So this principle, this Rawlsian principle that equity sometimes can produce more just outcomes than equality, is one that I've tested and tested and tested. All of other Rawls's ideas have massive shortcomings, massive gaps, or blind spots. But when it comes to that principle specifically, I've seen it put to the test an awful lot, and it usually still comes out. But a lot of the tests that I would be thinking of are all going to be capitalist, right? They're all going to be presuppose capitalist values within capitalist value frameworks. Even if those frameworks don't explicitly have those biases, they will necessarily have the biases in them because we live in a capitalist society, and all of the frameworks that we have within a capitalist society are biased in that way. Even our Marxism. Even our Marxism is emergent within a capitalist system, and so is limited constantly by the system in which it was created. So that's been my feeling all stream. I think it just needs a different example. It certainly needs a different example. But I'm not going to do that today. It's getting pretty late. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours about. I think I'm going to take off. I think I'm going to call it here. But yeah, it's probably right. Kind of like how when I speak of materialism and dialectics, it's not strictly Marxism, but based on Papa. Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you for the lesson. Thank you for being here. Thank you all. Yeah, we're gonna raid out. And thank you. Yes, thank you everybody for all of your contributions in chat. Today has been really amazing, really fantastic, very productive. I feel like I have grown and learned. Well, more so, I think that there are lots of situations today that I've reconsidered, right? Where I've thought about how I felt about some of these things, and now I'm rethinking some of those things, which is really good. That's healthy. That's what I want to do, is to not live in a state of stagnation, but to constantly engage with the synthesis, with the dialectic process. Oh, good. It did just go good. All right, you are all fantastic. A Difficult Truth, thank you so much for stopping by with your raid and for trusting me with your community. DJ Che, I of course really appreciate your raid, and it was great to see you both. Matt, Kayamatara, Nisa, Sugash Villain, Trash Nomancer, Nova Writer was here earlier, Jane. Lots of valuable input, lots of great input. And William of Orange, I haven't seen in a while. It's good to have you back around, William of Orange. Good. So we're raiding out. Cool. I don't have much else to say. Did I ever come up with a raid message? Did I ever put oh, my commands aren't working anyway. That'll work. Well, it'll raid for anybody that's sub to Matt, sub to Noisy. But any combination of raid stuff, that'll work. There you go. I appreciate you all so much. Until the next time I see you, be excellent to each other.